විහිදිනාමිනි පහන් පබසර නොම මද නිතර සිදුනා මහා පුද සරස පහද සිතින් වඳිනේ නමකර සතොස
කන්දරට ඓතිහාසික සෙන්කඩගල නුවර පෙරහැර මංගල්‍යයේ සිව්වන රන්දෝලි පෙරහර වීදි සරන්නට මෙතැන් පටන් සූදානම්. කන්දරටට මල් වැසි මැද මේ දෝවනේ වන්නේ මගතොට පෙරහැරට ආසිරි පතමින්මයි. අද දවසේ සිව්වන රන්දෝලි පෙරහැර මංගල්‍යය 6:44ට යෙදෙන සුබ මුහුර්තියෙන් උතුරු දිශාභිමුඛවයි ගමන් ආරම්භ කරන්නට යෙදෙන්නේ. ඒ වගේම කදිරපුර වාසනා අද දවසේ පෙරහැර කරඬුව වැඩවීමේ වාග්ය හිමි කරගෙන තිබෙනවා. නුවර වීදිවල මේ වැසි නොතකා ජනී ජනයා එකාස් වන්නේ පෙරහැරේ සිරි විසිතුරු නරඹන්නටමයි. නිවෙස්වල සිටින ඔබටත් අප සූදානම් මෙහි රූපකාව්‍ය දෘශ්‍යකාව්‍යයක් ලෙස ලබා දෙන්නට මෙතෙන් පටන්. ඩයලොග් ටීවී නාලිකාංක 20, පියෝ ටීවී නාලිකාංක 20 310 ඔස්සේත් ප්‍රීසෙට් නාලිකා අංක 2 ඔස්සේත් මෙය නරඹන්නට ඔබට අවකාශයන් ලැබෙනවා. ඒ වගේම දෙස් විදේශ මාධ්‍ය රැසකින් මෙය ඔබ සමීපයට ගෙන එනවා. අපි ආරාධනා කරනවා සයිබර් ගගනත ඔස්සේත් ශ්‍රී දලදා මාලිගාව YouTube අවකාශය, Facebook අවකාශයන් ඔස්සේත් මෙය සජීව ලෙස නරඹන්න. ලොවක දැස සිරි ලකට යොමු වන්නා වූ ඒ අසිරිමත් පෙරහැර මංගල්‍යයේ සිව්වන රන්දෝලි පෙරහැර මෙලෙසින් වීදි සරන්නට සියල්ල සූදානම්. මෙතෙන් පටන් සජීව විකාශය සමගින් ඔබට එක්වන්නට අප ආරාධනා කරනවා. கோஷி
நன்றி ஜெயநாத். பக்த அடியார்கள் அனைவருக்கும் அன்பு வணக்கம். புனித பூமியான கண்டி ஸ்ரீ தலதா மாளிகையினுடைய 4வது ரந்தோலி பெரஹரா 6:44 ஆரம்பமாகி வீதி வலம் வந்து கொண்டிருக்கின்றது. கதிர்காம ஆலயத்தினுடைய வாசனா யானையின் மீது புத்த பெருமானுடைய புனித தந்த பேழையினை எடுத்து வருகின்ற காட்சிகளை நீங்கள் நேரடியாக காண முடியும். கண்டி மாநகரை சூழ்ந்துள்ள அனைவரையும் வருக வருக என வரவேற்கின்றோம். நீங்கள் உலகில் எங்கிருந்தாலும் டயலாக் தொலைக்காட்சி 20, பியோ டிவி 20 310, ஃப்ரீசெட் 2 மற்றும் ஸ்ரீ தலதா மாளிகையினுடைய யூடியூப், ஃபேஸ்புக் பக்கங்களினூடாக நேரலையாக கண்டுகளிக்க முடியும். அனைவருக்கும் சௌபாக்கியம் சுபம் வேண்டி பிரார்த்தித்துக் கொள்கின்றோம். தமாஷா.
Thank you, Goshi. This is Senkatakalappura. This is the spirit of Kandy. This is the timeless grandeur of Kandy Esala Perahera 2026. The streets of Kandy are already prepared to witness the 4th Randoli procession of Kandy Esala Perahera 2026. The devoted spectators are gathered across the streets of Kandy to witness the Randoli procession. Tonight, the sacred relic casket will be carried by Kadripura Vasana and accompanied by Pulatisi Raja and Singha Raja. The ceremony's procession has already begun at the auspicious hour of 6:44 p.m. towards the auspicious direction of north. While the spectators being in the streets of Kandy are witnessing a hands-on experience of the Perahera, those of you who are at home can still be watching the live broadcast of Kandy Esala Perahera via Pure TV channel number 20 310, Dialogue Television channel number 20, FreeSat channel number 2 and all the official social media platforms of Sri Dalada Maligawa. May the blessings of Kandy Esala Perahera be with you all. Stay tuned with our live stream.
Samidu Pihitai. We are delighted to welcome you to this special live broadcast of the 4th Randoli Perahera of the Kandy Esala Perahera 2026. Brought to you by the Media and Special Projects Bureau of the Sri Dalada Maligawa, Kandy.
You are now seeing the Perahera officials obtaining the permission and blessings of the Devadanna Nilame, the lay custodian of the sacred tooth relic, before commencing their street perambulations.
Now the Devadanna Nilame will be making his way from the upper level, which is the Ihalamalaya, to the lower level of the chamber known as the Pathamalaya of the Vada Sitina Maligawa, and he is seen ceremoniously and reverentially carrying the Perahera casket under the protection of the custodian venerating prelate of the Asgiri Mahaviharaya, Venerable Veneruve Sri Upali Anunayaka Thero. Towards the ceremonial tasker under much veneration, amidst the offering of light, sounds, scents and flowers all the way the upper chamber till it is placed on the awaiting tasker.
We are now seeing the Perahera casket, which contains 32 relics of Lord Buddha, being placed within Run Hilige, that is mounted on the lavishly costumed tasker, who will uplift the majesty of this great procession.
And today the royal tasker will be Kataragama Vasana. As per the customaries of the 4th and the 5th Randoli Perahera, he will be walking on white carpets known as Pavada, and under the large decorated canopy known as the Uduviyana.
The officials are seen offering flowers and floral garland to the Perahera casket, and this is the 4th Randoli procession of the Kandy Esala Perahera 2026, the grand festival of respect that pays homage to the sacred tooth relic to honor Lord Buddha.
And this is the devout moment when the royal tasker shall just step majestically down from the Mahavahalkada, the main entrance, onto the Sandagala, the moonstone, amidst the tune of traditional Nagasingham music, in preparation to parade the streets of the Kandian city.
This is the special live broadcast brought to you by this Media and Special Projects Bureau of Sri Dalada Maligawa.
Walking up front with the sound of thundering whips piercing through the skies are the whip crackers announcing that the procession has commenced. And these whip masters are tasked with clearing the way for the sacred relic casket and the king. And when looking back at history in the ancient times, it was the ruling king who would parade the streets in Peraheras. But now it is the Devadanna Nilame, the lay custodian of the sacred tooth relic of Lord Buddha, who will resemble the king in the modern day Perahera.
In fact, this troop of whip crackers are led by Mr. Upali Jayaratna. The Perahera is believed to be held in prayer for timely rainfall, and the elements of the Perahera is structured in a symbolical way that it paints the imagery of the rainfall. Rain would never be showered without striking sound of thunder. Rain would never be showered without the striking sound of thunder, and these whip wilders are the symbolic imagery to depict the sound of the lightning and thunder, to pay homage to the rain god, requesting to bless our crops and cultivation with the rain.
The whip master's duty is handed down from generation to generation of their clans, and only those who have mastered the art of whip cracking will be taken to participate in the Kandy Esala Perahera. According to traditions, a Perahera which does not have this pedigree are not even being called such according to traditions. In single file, we see the whip masters carefully manipulating their whip that is nearly 7 feet in length and is made fully out of natural materials known as Nyanga and Nava Patta, which indicates how traditions have been preserved and the authentic methods have not changed throughout the parading history of 1716 years.
It can be noticed how these whip masters are untying the knots that they are formed with whipping, and that is the symbolic to various problems that we face in the journey of life, where we too spend a careful expenses of mind in untying our problems.
Many onlookers who are seated around the city of Kandy to witness this Perahera can be seen throwing thousands of coins to the streets in the belief that this practice will ward off an evil from their loved ones and for blessing from the sacred tooth relic.
This is a beautiful tradition that highlights the basis for giving, offering and sharing among the people of our land. Sri Lankans are among the top of the world of giving index. That is indeed an outcome from the social influence of Lord Buddha's teaching.
Regardless of how rich or poor they are, they offer their coins in great devotion and joy to the Perahera as their minds are conditioned to give in.
An ancient poem translated from the book Sangha Rajavata recites the story of the Kandy Esala Perahera as follows. The kingdom of Senkadakala, the procession of the month Asala, held from times ago in favor for gods above, led by grace of the Lord Buddha, followed by deities, the Perahera shall perambulate just as the king did commemorate.
Today the procession commenced at the auspicious time of 6:44 p.m. and it will be proceeding through the Dalada Street, Yatinwara Street, the Cross Street, and then the E.L. Senanayaka Street, the Kandy Street, D.S. Senanayaka Street again, King Street, and then we'll be returning to the temple of the sacred tooth relic. The most revealing narration of the Esala Perahera is found in the book written by the Chinese pilgrim Fa Hian in the 5th century. The sporadic invasions by the Dravidians resulted in the shift of the kingdom from Anuradhapura to several destinations like Polonnaruwa, Dambadaniya, Yapahuwa, Kurunagala, Kotte and Gampola. With the final shift to the kingdom of this great city of Kandy, the relics have remained undisturbed, and thereby the Kandy Esala Perahera has been held annually to rejoice and honor the sacred tooth relic.
It is an interesting fact from history that is the ancient time the sacred tooth relic had been considered as a private property of the king, and the public had never been permitted to having a chance for worshipping it. It was indeed the thankful move by the King Kirti Sri Rajasingha who declared that the relic need to be taken in the procession for the public to witness and venerate in seek for blessing.
The Perahera is a great cultural spectacle that infuses both Buddhist and several Hindu cultural practices, along with minute affiliations of elements relating to both Mahayana and Theravada traditions of Buddhism. This procession is a true reflection of Buddhist worship, while it also represents a frozen image of ancient service known as Rajakarya, where people of different occupational castes perform duties to the king in return for enjoying their utility of royal land and grants.
Rain does not come with thunder alone. Just as lightning flashes across the skies, the procession too has its flashes of light dancing across the faces of the people lining the street to watch. These are the fire dancers who are offering fire, inviting the rain god to water our lands with the rain.
Even though it seems very paradox to learn that we offer fire to seek for water, this phenomenon of nature is magnificently depicted by this group of fireball dancers who perform this thrilling stunt of acrobatics while illustrating how lightning comes with the rain.
This troupe of fire acrobatics we are witnessing here is led by Mr. E.D. Tilakaratna. The turning of fireballs is called Pandam Paliya, which paints the night with varied patterns of light using both hands and feet, along with the thrilling episodes of fire stunts. Back in history, the Kandian performing arts have been classified into 5 variants, which were known as Vahala Langama, Singakari Langama, Tambarapittukari Langama, Natum Milangama and Kavikara Maduwa. Interestingly, it was the king's order that all 5 of these classifications must be performed in the Perahera, which is a royal order that is still being obeyed since the ancient time till the modern days.
The fireball dance is performed in 3 levels that are known as the Binthalaya, the low level, the Madathalaya, the mid level, and Ahastalaya, the sky level. That is definitely the highlighted episode of the fireball dance that is performed standing on each other in great discipline and balance, just like you are witnessing right now. The oil-soaked rags are tied to an iron wheel with leather thongs attached to it. And once they are lit, the dancers perform their acrobatic dance by turning the fired wheels fast, gradually increasing its speed to match the real feel of lightning itself.
The classification of Vahala that was mentioned before comprised the act of create the sense of thrilling among the spectators, and the fireball dance we see in front of us is an such example of performing art that belongs to Vahala.
The sun, moon, earth, universe, solar month, night and day are all cyclic, and the fireball dance highlights these universal cycles while depicting how they burn and cool as in our life cycles. The dancers also paint the fiery cycle of sansara that is flooded with desire, ignorance and anger that are highlighted by the chakras.
The splendor of the dance is seen when a large group of them perform simultaneously, merging their various fire elements into an amazing display of light and heat. The tradition is handed down from generation to generation, with individuals of all ages, from a very young to very old, taking part in display of the priceless and cultural heritage of their clans.
The dancers, being mindful of the part that fire plays in dispelling darkness, cooking protection, crops and chenas, are seeing taming the fire and making it an offering to the sacred tooth relic of Lord Buddha, while creating curiosity, satisfaction and the amazement of the onlookers.
These fireball dancers, trained by Mr. E.D. Tilakaratna of the Ragama Valpola Aesthetic Academy, have been performing in the Kandy Esala Perahera over many years, and on this occasion itself, we are seeing not just one but several generations of artists representing the team of the fireball dancers.
The splendor of the dance is seen when a large group of them perform simultaneously, merging their various fiery elements into an amazing display of light and heat. The tradition is handed down from generation to generation, with individuals of all ages, from the very young to the very old, taking part in the display of this priceless and cultural heritage of their clans. It is an interesting fact from history that in the ancient times the sacred tooth relic had been considered as a private property of the king, and the public had never been permitted in having a chance of worshipping it. The Perahera is a great cultural spectacle that infuses both Buddhist and several Hindu cultural practices, along with many affiliations of elements relating to both Mahayana and Theravada traditions of Buddhism.
Next in line of the procession are the Buddhist flag bearers who are clad in white national costume, who are carrying the most respected flag of the Buddhism while being preceded by the national flag of Sri Lanka. The sight of this Buddhist flag create the sense of tranquility among the spectators, reminding us the fact that this procession is in celebration, devotion and offering to the Lord Buddha. Today, this troop of Buddhist flag bearers are the inmates of the open prison camp Pallekele.
A priority of the Kandy Esala Perahera is to reflect the unity of Sri Lanka as a nation, which in here is symbolized by the national flag that was leading the army of Buddhist flags. And the Buddhist flag is a symbol of faith and peace. The 6 colors of the flag represents the colors of the aura that emanated from the body of Lord Buddha when he attained enlightenment under the sacred Bodhi tree. The horizontal strips represent the races of the world living in harmony, while the vertical strips represents eternal world peace.
The colors displayed in the Buddhist flag represent the perfection of Buddhahood and the Dhamma, his preachings. The symbolic identity of these colors are illustrated as blue for universal compassion, yellow for middle path, red for blessing, white for purity and liberation, and orange for unshakable wisdom.
This ceremonious procession is performed in adulation of the living Buddha, and as well as paramita or act of kindness for the future Buddha. The hexa-colored flag is displayed in ceremonious form to remind people of the great scope and depth of the Dhamma that was preached by Lord Buddha. The flag bearers create a sense of the unlimited compassion of Buddha. This sight truly calms the undisciplined wayward minds and focuses them on love and compassion that radiates across the universe, the teachings of Lord Buddha.
The unique collection of flags in front of us are known as provincial flags. These include the uniquely designed flags of 12 states and 9 countries that were under the rule of the ancient Kandian kingdom.
It was the tradition that the respective chieftain of the state, known as the Raterala, would participate in the Perahera with their respective flag that is unique to their state to showcase their loyalty towards the king. While this tradition display reminds us on the glory and sovereignty of the ancient Senkadagala kingdom, it also represents the symbol of governance in compliance to the 10 great leadership qualities preached by Lord Buddha, known as the Dasa Raja Dharma.
The flag seen here could be identified as the sun, moon flag of the Satara Koralaya, lion flag of the Sat Koralaya, white flag of Matale, silk flag of Sabaragamuwa, Beherunda Pakshiya flag of Tun Koralaya, peacock flag of Uavelassa, and the lotus flag of Udapalata, which represents the state of the Sri Lanka.
These flags are followed by the country flags that represents the countries of Vellassa, Binthanna, Taman Kaduwa, Udunuwara, Yatinuwara, Dumbara, Hewahata, Kotmale, Uda Buladgama and Patha Buladgama.
The same flags we saw before are now being displayed in a metallic form, and these are the brass flag bearers who reminds us the proud of heritage of the Kandian era. These brass stands are metallic representation of the flags belonging to 9 nation states and 12 countries using its exact same element that are carved with great precision and attention to minute details, which certainly portrayed the great history that takes a lot time, patience and energy.
And this specific group of brass flag bearers are being led by Mr. Ajit Mahendra. In fact, these artists who belong to the Navandanna clan or Gurukulaya were the same ancestors who used to make beautiful gold, silver and brass ornaments with detailed engravings embedded with precious gems for the king and as offerings to the sacred tooth relic and for the procession.
The army of officials who are carrying these stands are dressed in white sarong and turban with bare upper body, which interestingly symbolize the energetic lifestyle of our people back then ancient times, and they too were chosen to be represented from the ones that we were practicing the traditional material art of the Angam.
And of course, we are proud that this traditional artistry is still being carried out even after many decades in the same exact villages of Kalasirigama and Kalapura. that are in the area of Dalada in the Udunuwara country that is still famous for its engravings and architecture.
Walking in great discipline, in their calm and disciplined nature, are the army of sword bearers who provide the protection to the Perahera casket. Clad in white sarong and white headdress, this army is seen carrying the raised sword not in warfare but in a disciplined walk of the calm serenity. The symbolic idea of these sword bearers are historic protection that is provided with utmost idea of the sword sacred tooth relic.
For those who know about the history of the sacred tooth relic would be patriotically proud of our history and the heroic personalities who always protected the sacred tooth relic with highest levels of bravery. Since the ancient times, the sacred tooth relic has played an important role in local politics, since it was believed that whoever who holds the sacred tooth relic shall hold the governance of the country.
From the Anuradhapura era to Kandian era, there have been several battles over the tooth relic, and it has always been protected by the patriotic warriors, and this is a lesson we need to teach our children, a story to be proud of, and also, if not for them, it would be have lost in sacred tooth relic.
And we now see the most magnificent sight of the Perahera, which is the arrival of the very first elephant who will be carrying the Peramune Rala. It is the norm of the Perahera that the Peramune Rala, or the front runner of the procession, is the first person on elephant back, and neither officials nor elephants are permitted to parade before the Peramune Rala. And with Peramune Rala on its mount is Banda, a majestic tusker leading the way of the 4th Randoli Perahera in Kandy Esala Perahera. Notice how Banda never takes a step back once it is put forward, and the way Banda holds its trunk throughout the whole procession. It is believed that this is the true and correct form of how an elephant should parade to a war. And now in the Perahera, Banda belongs to Honorable Pradeep Nilanga Dala, the lay custodian of this temple of sacred tooth relic.
Clad in traditional white costume that comprise of the white jacket and triangular hat, the Peramune Rala comes into the view carrying this secretarial scroll known as Lay Committee. This is the arrival of first Hevisi troupe that represent the official musical ensemble who are permanently seconded to the service of Sri Dalada Maligawa. They perform in dignified presence in front of the procession as a tradition which they practice with majestic skill. In fact, no Panchaturya Vadana or traditional orchestra of Sinhalese music that produce sounds using either drums or other musical instrument that is permitted before the Hevisi, as per the rule of the Kandian Perahera tradition.
Sri Lanka is rich with its own genres of traditional music, and Hevisi, which is dignified as the authentic sound of Sri Lanka. The history of Hevisi takes back to the time when the scaling of the Jayashri Mahabodhi tree was brought down to Sri Lanka by Sangamitta Therini. And this evidence marks the fact that Hevisi is the oldest traditional orchestra and Buddhist sound offerings in Sri Lankan heritage.
HVC is the most prominent orchestra of five-fold musical instruments. Too has its own variants that are authentic to various parts of country, known as upcountry, low country and Sabaragamu. The speciality of the Kandy Esala Perahera is the pure domination of upcountry traditional arts. Therefore, this particular HVC instrumental performance belonging to the upcountry tradition of HVC, which is known as the Udarata HVC in Sinhalese.
The five-fold musical instruments are recognized by the Sri Lankan music culture as Panchaduranada is noted as Athatha instruments played by both hands and Vitatha instruments played using sticks and Vitathatha instruments played using hands and stick, and then Gana instruments that are dashed with each other, and finally Sushira, which are the instruments that are blown. This arrangement of the upcountry ensemble of HVC consists of 4 out of the 5 mentioned tunes, except for the Gataberia that represents the Athatha tune.
If we would identify the other instruments that are played here, we see Horanava or traditional windpipe that represents the tune of Sushira, the Thammatama or the kettle drum that represent the tune of Vitatha, the Daula that represent the tune of Vitathathatha, and Thalampata or the little hand cymbal that represent the tune of Gana. The beauty of the HVC involves when all these instruments are played together to make a symphonic sound, and it must be noticed that these instruments are played only according to the traditional rule.
The musicianship of HVC in the Kandy Esala Perahera and for the daily rituals of the Sri Dalada Maligawa are assigned to the most skilled lineages of HVC drummers, who are Uduwela, Ihalavela, Malagammana and Molagoda, who represent the first row of the HVC troop while marching to the beat of the drums. Apart from the key lineages, we also see the presence of other HVC lineages in this Perahera, representing Valletota, Moradanda, Hevavissa, Kahalla and Nudupihilla.
They are contributing with a great devotion to this celebration, and the leadership of these four lineages depict the recognition given to them by King through the way in which they are decorate their heavy drums using the tussle or savarang. In fact, no musician is permitted to hang these tassels in their drums based upon their own will, as the tassels are a true reward of accomplishment that marks their skill based on seniority and popularity among the rest.
Hevisi is in fact the predominant form of music that is used for religious veneration in Buddhism and Buddhist affiliated gods in Sri Lanka. And this orchestra too has its own differences, not just in traditional but according to situations. Riding on the second elephant, or the first tusker of the evening, with dignified majesty, is the Gajanayaka Nilame of the Sri Dalada Maligawa. When the sacred relic casket is carried out from the sandal chamber, the situational variants of Puja Hevisi shall be played. And talking about the Gajanayaka Nilame, he is the royal official in charge of the king's troop of elephants, and it was a position given to him directly by the king himself. To symbolize this ancient degree, the Gajanayaka Nilame, who is attired in the traditional Sinhala Mul Andupa, majestically approaches on a tusker while holding the Ankus or the Ankusaya, which is the official symbol of the Gajanayaka Nilame. And with the Gajanayaka Nilame on its mount today is the Tusker Buruma Raja of the elephant stable of Sri Dalada Maligawa. Now, Buruma Raja is also known as the Kaluata in Sinhala, or the black elephant, because of its dark skin. And this Buruma Raja is one of the two tuskers who were gifted to the elephant stable by the state of Myanmar in the year 2008.
According to the Perahera tradition, Gajanayaka Nilame obtains the Ankusaya from Devatan Nilame after bowing down in respect and obtaining his blessings. It is the custom of the Perahera that no officials shall proceed in the Perahera without the blessing or symbol that is handed over by the respective lay custodian.
And this is Bulat Padaya. Bulat Padaya is one of the most seen dance performances of the upcountry dance tradition, which provides a welcoming gesture to the audience. The dancers carry a heap of betel leaves on a white cloth with both their hands and dances in style and discipline using footwork to the tune of the Gataberaya.
This troupe of Bulat Padaya dancers is led by Mr. Nalin Jayasekara. The Bulat Padaya is in fact a ritualistic dance that is performed in healing rituals or Shanti Karma across upcountry, low country and Sabaragamu traditions, and here we are seeing the upcountry version of the Bulat Padaya, which originates from the Kohomba Kankariya healing ritual as one of the 4 Hat Padaya or 7 dance episodes that comprise the Bulat Padaya, Kotala Padaya, Mal Padaya, Salu Padaya, Pol Padaya, Yahan Mutti Padaya and Anguru Dummala Padaya. The motives of Bulat Padaya dance is to welcome the god to the ritualistic arena known as Malyahana. In fact, this is performed by a single artist who is the chief dancer dressed in West costume as per the customs of the Kohomba Kankariya, but since in the Perahera is performing art-based event, we see the same Bulat Padaya ritual being choreographed into a group dance.
Bulat or the heap of beetle plays a dominant role in Sri Lankan traditions, where it is considered as the most respected accompaniment for worship and invitation, and the positivity in these traditions will still continue even among the younger generations. And with a Buddhist flag bearer on its mound is Dalada. Dalada is another majestic elephant we have remaining in the Kandy Esala Perahera. Now, Dalada also belongs to Honorable Pradeep Nilanga Dala, the lay custodian of Sri Dalada Maligawa, or the sacred temple of Tooth Relic. You can notice how Dalada also follows the form of Banda when it comes to holding the trunk. It is believed that this exact form is how elephants were trained back in the ancient times when the elephants were taken into wars.
Followed by the magnificent elephant Dalada, now we are witnessing the Chamara dance, which is practiced by Mr. Nimesh Sumanaratna from Sri Chandananda Buddhist College.
The ancient poetic anthology that was written during the kingdom of Kotte, that is famously known as the Salalihini Sandeshaya, quotes that white tussles in motion along with majestic elephants are one of the supreme sights of auspicious visualities, and the Chamara dance is certainly an inclusion to add more auspicious value to this Perahera.
Chamara is a popular upcountry folk dance that is one of the most visually mesmerizing dance act of the Perahera in this evening. The Chamara is a white tasseled object that was used historically as a fan tool to sacred tooth relic, sacred rituaries and the prominent individuals including the royalties.
The tassels are fanned to the rhythm of the flute and the Kandian drums, where the gentle cool breeze that is produced by these chamara brings a very pleasant feeling. This was in fact a regular feature of the royal courts in our ancient history. The idea of including the chamara dance ahead of the Perahera is to symbolize fanning to the impending sacred tooth relic, just like how it was performed in actual form back then. And interestingly, you should not miss to notice how two of the same chamara shall be clipped to the ears of the royal tusker, who shall be carrying the relic casket, where the chamara shall fan the relic casket in each time in which the tusker shall flap its ears.
The chamara dancers swing these white tassels in various stanzas that not just create a soothing visual to the audience but also remind the audience of ancient times in which the chamara played a prominent role in cooling ourselves in the absence of the modern day equipment that we are using today.
A certain degree of teamwork is essential for the best performance of this chamara dance, since the dancers need to synchronize with each other to maintain the visual consistency of this dance performance. We are also able to witness another similar tussle dance that is similar to the chamara dance act known as the Savarang dance. And in Savarang dance, which is similar to the chamara, the difference lies in the tool itself, since the Savarama has not just one but two tassels attached on either side of the object, unlike the chamara. And with a pearl umbrella on its mount is the second tusker of the evening, who is Janaraja. Janaraja is also known as the Arita Kumaraya of the elephant stable of Sri Dalada Maligawa. Janaraja was gifted to the elephant stable by the late President J.R. Jayawardena. Janaraja was gifted to the stable as a tusker who may and who are capable of carrying the relic casket, but due to the Janaraja's behavior, Janaraja had to remain a normal tusker. But after 25 years. In 2026, Janaraja again obtained the chance of taking out the sacred relic casket.
Followed by the majestic Tusker Janaraja, now we are witnessing the troupe of Malpadaya dance, which is led by Mr. W.M. Dayananda. The Malpadaya dance performance, which is also known as Pol Mal, Malhat Padaya and Madhuporaya, is also a ritualistic dance performance that has its variants across the tradition of upcountry, low country and Sabaragamuwa, and this act is the upcountry tradition that originates from the Kohombakankaaliya healing ritual.
The pol mala, or the coconut flower, is the flower that blooms from the traditional kapruka, or the national tree of bounty. This denotes prosperity. In fact, the national emblem of Sri Lanka too consists of the vase of coconut flowers known as the Punkalasa, that is considered as the national symbol of prosperity. This Malpadaya dance consists of dancers who hold this polmala, the national symbol prosperity, with both hands, while sincerely representing the same bounty and abundance in their dance.
The symbol of this dance is to pray for fertility and prosperity, which is interestingly the prime motive of the Perahera itself, where the dancers sing various ritualistic chants, which are in fact the verses of the prayer of prosperity.
Similar to the Kotala Padaya and Bulat Padaya dance performances, which we saw and will be seeing, the Mal Padaya too is one of the 7 ritualistic dance episodes known as the Hat Padaya, that is an essential dance ritual of healing rituals across the country.
The female representation of the Malpadaya can only be seen in Sri Mahapattini Devala procession in the Kandy Esala Perahera, where we also encounter another symbolic meaning that connect the Malpadaya and the cult of Goddess Pattini. Goddess Pattini is worshipped as the goddess of fertility itself, and it is organizational tradition to include such dance performance.
fifth elephant of the evening is Giriulla Bibila, another majestic elephant. And on Bibila's mount is a pearl umbrella which we call a Mutukudea, and a cobra canopy which we call a Naipenea. And this is Nayandi. The Nayandi dance is one of the most significant dance performances of the upcountry tradition that holds a very prominent position in the Kandy Esala Perahera, and especially during the Kumbal Perahera festivals.
This troupe of Nayandi dancers are led by Mr. Vasanta Gunatilaka and Mr. Vasanta Rajangana. The word Nayandi is in fact the name of the costume that is worn by the Nayandi dancers, which is the same costume that is worn by Kandyan West dancer, with the exclusion of the devoted headdress that is replaced with a cloth of turban with knot on head center that is taking like a shape of cobra.
The speciality of Nayandi dancing is that this dance is primarily performed by primitive Kandyan dance artists who have not yet been attained reverentially as a West dancer. And any dance artist who aspires to be crowned as a Kandyan West dancer would first need to master the skill of Nayandi in order to proceed.
The Nayandi dance is said to be belonging to the classification of Rupanatum due to its visual richness in attraction, and this dance is also known as Adaves, meaning half of the West costume, and at times even known as Tanikachi, that relates to special head turban that is worn by Nayandi dancers. Many professional Kandyan dancers who perform the West dance in Kohomba Kankariya, the main healing ritual of the upcountry tradition, that are culturally not practicing the West dance elsewhere in social occasions. Due to the same reason, any such ritualistic West dancer would only perform the Nayandi dance in other social gathering events, just as the Perahera itself.
The Kandy Esala Perahera not just celebrates the beauty of Kandyan heritage of dance, but it also creates an arena for prominent dance artist legends to perform their majestic heritage of the lineages in the Perahera. The Nittavela lineage is who we see now performing the Nayandi dance. And this is Yakkala Gajaba. Gajaba belongs to the Moranwatte Devalaya. Gajaba is one of the two biggest domestic elephants we have in Sri Lanka. And there's a debate between the two elephants on which one is the biggest or which one is the tallest. Now, if we consider the shoulder height as the measuring unit to measure the height of an elephant, this Gajaba can be named as the tallest domestic elephant we have in Sri Lanka. And followed by Yakkala Gajaba is the troupe of Thalang dancers, which is being led by Mr. Nimesh Sumanaratna.
Or the small set of cymbals, that a vital instrument used in all forms of traditional dancing in Sri Lanka and also in India to maintain the peace and rhythm of the dance. That is technically mentioned the Titmatre. But here the Thalam dance considered these little cymbals as the main prop itself, where the dancers play the cymbals in the denoted rhythm which align the footwork and hand movements accordingly.
The young performers dash these cymbals in the choreographed rhythm and perform a dance that creates both horizontal and vertical line movements in this space, using the right moves that are designed in maintaining the cultural element of the act.
The Thalampata dance is recognized as the Gana dance due to the use of Thalampata as the main dancing tool, which belongs to Gana variant of the Panchaturya Nada. This evolves its way as Gana Natuma due to main reason of how these artists dash their thalam with each other as a part of their dance performance.
The dancers have not failed to add beauty to the visual appearance of the dance through their costumes and props. We see vibrant and bright colored costumes being worn by the artist, and also the two bright colored chiefs of cloth that are attached to both ends of the thalam certainly creates a picturesque attraction as it swings through air when the dancers use the thalam.
The Thalampata is an instrument that is made of metal that is traditionally a mix of brass and bronze, which once again reminds us to how performing arts are not just only participant talent of the Perahera, but even the talent brassmith of Sri Lanka are celebrating this great pageant.
It is evident that the dance we see here is not an individual representation but of a group. The interesting feature regarding the teamwork behind this dance is the presence of a leader. And this is Tharaka. Tharaka belongs to the Rankadu Pattini Devalaya in Kaduwela. Now we talked how Gajaba is the tallest elephant if we use the shoulder height as the measuring unit. And if we use the head height as the measuring unit to measure the height of an elephant, Tharaka holds the position of being the tallest or the biggest elephant in Sri Lanka. And on Tharaka's mount, we see the pearl umbrella or the Mutukudea in the front, and in the back is a cobra canopy which we call a Naipenea in Sinhala.
Followed by Tharaka, we are now witnessing Paturu dance, which is again led by Mr. Nalin Jayasekara. Paturu is an upcountry styled folk dance act that is known for its fast tempo when compared to the other folk dance act that is performed in the country. The dancers hold a set of wooden splinters known as Paturu on one hand, and they perform to the beat of upcountry Gatavere drum and the melodious flute while clapping on the splinters on various design part of the body. Paturu dance may explicitly seem as an singular choreograph, but carefully attention would show how this dance involves group work, where we see the performers collaborating with each other as a group, and the subgroups that highlight the unity and harmony among the village of youth Sri Lanka.
This Kandy Esala Perahera is a true reflection of Buddhist worship, while it is also a representation of the frozen image of ancient service known as the Rajakarya, where people of different occupational castes perform duties to the king in return for enjoying their utility of royal land and grants. A unique attribute among all these performers and elephants who are taking part in the Perahera is being prudent in three virtuous qualities: being faithful to the task, being disciplined in what they do, and of course being skilled in practice of what they do. Such virtues accumulate to ignite the devotion bestowed upon the Perahera. And followed by the troupe of Paturu dancers is Kandula Veera. Kandula Veera belongs to the Sankapitti Vihara in Kaduwela. Kandula Veera was transferred to the temple after growing up with the Sri Lankan army.
Followed by Kandula Veera, now we are witnessing Thum at Thum dance, which is led by Mr. Suchithananda. Also known as Pokuru Berea in Sinhalese and the kettle drum in English, is a vital instrument of Hevisi ensemble that takes a predominant position in the Perahera as the main sound offering towards the impending requirements of worship. However, this act celebrates the Thammattama as an individual performance, excluding any other musical instrument we saw in this Hevisi troupe. The amazing feature about this Thammattama performance is that we see both playing and dancing with the Thammattama, which is evidently why is recognized as Thammattamnatuma or Thammattam dance. This is truly a fascinating beauty of Sri Lankan performing acts, where our artists are gifted with the talent of making more than what is expected of what we are blessed with.
Thammattam was introduced to the Sri Dalada Perahera as a singular act by the veteran Thammattam artist A.P. Asuranand of the Ridigam in Kurunagala, who is in fact the father of the artist Sujit Anand, who is heading this particular ensemble of Thammattam instrumental.
The Thammattama belonged to the Vittata classification of the Panchatoryanada as it played using two cane stick known as Kadippu, and this is why the Thammattam dance is classified as Vittata dance. The anatomy of Thammattama is a drum set that consists of two drums known as Mandama and Handabandaya.
And this majestic elephant with two mutukuda or the pearl umbrellas on its mount is Kandula Veera. Kandula Veera is from the Sankapitti Vihara in Kaduwela. Followed by Kandula Veera is the troupe of Raban dancers. And this specific troupe of Raban dancers are being led by Mr. Aryapala Vijayaman.
The Rabana or the hand tambourine is a very popular object that used in folk dancing tradition in Sri Lanka, but this is not such a dance even though we see the presence of the tambourine in play. This performance, which involves spinning of the tambourine, which makes it more of the sporting performance than a dance item, and that is why this act is known as Raban Karakavima or Raban Krida in Sinhalese. There are many forms of Raban in Sri Lanka. We have the Maharabana or Bankurabana, which is a large drum that is played by multiple artists at the same time. The Virindurabana, that is played while singing comic verses of Virindu, and the Atrabana, which we see now that the most prominent seen in the dance related performances. We also hear the version of Karakavime Rabana or the spinning tambourine, which is in fact the same Matrabana with decent curved in middle.
The spinning game of Rabana can be identified as a developed performance of the Raban dance. We see several generations of artists who are of different age levels, young and senior, who have developed this intrinsic skill from childhood by learning to spin various objects. They spin the Raban in their flexible long cane stick in great balance. And the highlighted episode of this act is when they throw the tambourines towards the sky and surprisingly catch the Raban back on their sticks or from their hand with no room for failure. Every such succeeded attempt is applauded with cheer from the onlookers, as it seems impossible to the common eye.
These artists do not forget to infuse several creative twists to to the play of Raban, where the some artists create episodes of changing the Raban with their colleagues while the tambourine are flying high in the middle air, and we see some artists spinning multiple Raban or special designed stands. All of these wonderful episodes of skills are certainly expressing the talent behind the native Sri Lankans to the world that witness this great pageant of the Kandian heritage.
The Rabana is at times recognized as a drum of prosperity. Belonging to the Atata classification of traditional music instruments, both the Rabana and the Bummadia, which are drums played only using bare hands, are used in the agricultural entertainment and ritualistic activities in the village setup. Similarly, the Raban is also takes a great dominance during the Sinhala and Tamil New Year celebrations, as the Rabana is used to communicate the festive occasions such as the dawn of the new year, commencing of dealing and consuming of meals, to name a few. Like it was mentioned, there are many forms of Rabans in Sri Lanka. There's the Maharabana or the Bankurabana, which is a large drum that is played by multiple artists at the same time. And then there's the Virindu Rabana, that is played while singing comical verses of Virindu. And then the Atrabana is there, which we see now, that is most prominently seen in dance related performances. We also hear a version of this Rabana as a Karakavime Rabana, or the spinning turbines, which is in fact the same Atrabana with a dent carved in its middle. Dressed in blue is the first duo of elephants of the 4th Randoli Perahera in Kandy Esala Perahera. And on their mounts we see two equipments are being held. The Raban Krida artists do not forget to infuse several creative twists to the play of Rabana, where some artists create episodes of changing the Rabana with their colleagues while the tambourines are flying high in mid-air. And we see some artists spinning multiple Rabans on a specially designed stands. All of these wonderful episodes of skills are certainly expressing the talent behind native Sri Lankans to the world that witnesses this great pageant of the Kandian heritage. The cooling breeze that blows from the surroundings, from the Udavatta forest on the right and from the Kandy lake on the left, certainly creates the feel of how nature too contributes to the Perahera by displaying its unmatched unique forms of beauty to this Perahera that shall bless our country.
Times before, Dalada Perahera commenced 1716 years ago. It was just the Satara Devala Perahera that comprised of God Natha, Vishnu, Kataragama and Pattini, which still follows the Dalada Perahera as part of the old tradition. The order of these Devalayas are in fact a line-up of the order in which the gods shall be attained Buddhahood as per its belief.
With the world changing while revolutionizing ancient cultures, traditions and practices, one would wonder if the same diminishing cultures apply to these ancient Kandian traditions too. Certainly not. For Sri Lankans, this is a devotion, and this is the same reason why we see the very young to the very old of people taking part in the Perahera to give out their best, and this is truly a good sign for the future of the Perahera.
This is the special live broadcast brought to you by the Media and Special Projects Bureau of Sri Dalada Maligawa, Kandy.
The first duo of elephants in today's Perahera. In the left, we have Kandulatissa of Sabaragamuwa Mahasaman Devalaya, and on the right we have Balangoda Raja from Balangoda, and on their mounts is the Burma flag in front. On Kandulatissa's mount, behind the Burma flag is a Mutukude or a pearl umbrella. And on Balangoda Raja's mount, behind the Burma flag is the cobra canopy, which we call a Naipenaya. And this is the scenery vision of the beautiful Kandian city. The shining point on the left is the Bhairava Kanda temple, and the other shining white light we see is the Asgiri Mahaviharaya.
The cooling breeze that flows from the surrounding from Udavatta forest On the right hand, from Kandy Lake on left, certainly create the feel of how nature too contributes to the Perahera by displaying the unmatched unique from the beauty to this Perahera that shall bless our country. Followed by the first duo of the magnificent elephants, now we are witnessing the Savaran dance, which is led by Mr. Supun Vijayanayaka. Dance items which involve these tassels are used quite often in Perahera, but this is not the usual Chamara dance we witnessed previously. This dance, which is recognized as Savarang dance, in similar dance to Chamara, but with a difference in the prop that is used.
The Savarama, the main tool used by these dancers, consists of not one but two tassels attached on both its ends, which makes it a longer version of the Chamara instrument. But however, the Savarama too is meant to serve the same purpose as the Chamara, which is to fan and cool the impending icon of worship, which was traditionally the king and today the relic casket or the requeries of God.
The choreograph of this folk dance, that styled of upcountry tradition, is designed to symbolize fanning, that is performed using different dance steps, different stanzas, and visual beauty that is created by these tassels in motion are surely a soothing sight to eye. The dance is performed as a team, and just as the folk dance performances, this dance too shows several episodes of breaking down into subgroups during the performance.
The next elephant with a motokude or a pearl umbrella on its mount is Mali Athin. Mali is a female elephant and Mali is from Horona. The magnificent elephants before us remind us that they are far more than a simply spectacular part of this procession. The presence of elephants in Sri Lankan royal and religious pageant goes back centuries. Historical records even speak of kings riding elephants in close proximity to the sacred tooth relic during ceremonial processions. Followed by Mali is the troupe of Pantheru dancers, which is being led by Mr. Palitha Hapugoda.
The pantheru is a musical instrument that is used as the rhythm tool across all three traditions of upcountry, low country and Sabaragama, but the pantheru dance is exclusively belonging to the Udarata or upcountry tradition of dance.
This instrument is a small brass circular framed castanet with 5 cymbals fixed to it, which gives a subtle metallic sound as it shakes.
It was originally used to keep up the beat in chambers of versifiers or the Kavikara Maduva, and is considered as the one of the authentic tune that are engaged with the sound of offering occasion associated with the Dalada Puja. The Kavikara Maduva is one of the 5 types of upcountry performing arts that refer to the chanting groups of the Perahera, which we will see today walking behind the royal tusker carrying the casket, as they will be chanting the virtues of the Buddha while maintaining the rhythm of the Pantheru.
Since the 18th century, the instrument was used for the development of semi-classical dance form, which is an art that was passed down from generation to generation. The dance is classified as a Gananatuma as per the theory of Panchathuryanada, since the Pantheru is an instrument belonging to the Gana classification, as it needs to be dashed in other to be instrumented.
The costume of the Pantheru dance is one of the simplest attire that are designed in upcountry tradition, which consist of white cloth turban and talisman around the neck, kadukkan earring, bangles and the pyjama trousers. The simplicity of the costume was based on 2 reasoning: one for being associate offering to the sacred tooth relic, and for being able to freely perform during fast tempos. Moreover, the simplicity of the dance form brings to mind the simplicity and easiness requiring the daily lives of the people as troop steps forward the streets of the city.
The origin of the Pantheru consists of several legends that are believed since the times of our ancestors. One such prominent legend describes that the Pantheru was in fact a chakra of the Asura that had gone to the hands of the Suryas during the Sura-Asura battle. The battle between the gods and demons, as illustrated in the ancient epics. The chakra was then divinely transformed into this same Pantheru by the deity named Bandahiru, and we see it being used in this lively dance performance this evening.
The Pantheru dance is performed to the beat of Gata Beraya or Udarata Beraya, which is considered as the spinal instrument of upcountry dancing, just like how the Yak Beraya or Devil Beraya is the key instrument of low country dancing, and how Daul Beraya is the key instrument of Sabaragama style of dancing. This cylindrical dome with narrow sides has nut in it, which is the reason why it is known as Gataberaya based on the Sinhalese translation. Pantheru comes into play as the dance form its origins from the Suvisi Vivaranaya, Pansalis Vasa, Ashtamala Bandhanaya and Sat Satiya, which are all puja offering made towards the sacred tooth relic, which contain dance episodes where the dance performances with the Pantheru instrument and the same mass evolved into the Pantheru dance as the Pantheru performance in respect to the realistic origin.
These performers are in fact the dancers represented from the upcountry dance faculty, where all of these artists are academic graduates who have mastered the theory and practice of great tradition of Kandyan dance. The upcountry dance faculty is in fact a community initiative of the Sri Dalada Maligawa. Talking about the Pantheru, it has a circumference of 28 inches and 5 mini symbols attached to it along its rings. The tradition behind the Pantheru describes 5 ways of which the Pantheru should be held by the dancer, and we too could carefully notice how the performers change hands in between the dance moves, perform in circles, perform stunt flips and many more, thrilling the episodes of the captivating the attention of the onlookers. The performers are not just seen dancing, but also chanting several verses which are distinguished as Pantheru Kavi, or poetry associated with the Pantheru dance. One such prominent verse named Sith Lesser Lower describes all affiliations to the Pantheru, including its resemblance as a chakra and as the ankle of goddess Pattini. Before Pantheru is certainly a performance that is infused with dancing, singing and playing, which makes this Pantheru dance very special. And followed by the troupe of Pantheru dancers, we have Mirigama Sita, another female elephant we have in the 4th Randoli Perahera in Kandy Esala Perahera. And on Sita's mount is another cobra canopy. Now when we come to Randoli Peraheras from a Kumbal Perahera, one of the main differences we see in these canopies are now that they are silver. And in Kumbal Peraheras, the cobra canopies were brass. And talking about elephants once again, Over generations, the elephant has become a powerful symbol of dignity and grandeur and tradition within the Perahera. Their richly decorated attire and majestic presence add to the magnificence of this sacred occasion. And at the heart of this tradition is the Maligawa tusker, whose ceremonial role is of particular importance. The tusker carries the Dalada or the sacred casket containing a replica of the sacred tooth relic, while the actual relic remains safely preserved in the Sri Dalada Maligawa.
Next in line, we are now witnessing the mixed folk dance. Traditional dancing in Sri Lanka is segregated into main two types, which are Shastriya Natum or dance performance that are based on healing rituals, and the other being Gami Natum or folk dance performances. The dance that we now see is a remarkable fusion of not just one but four dance folk dances being danced simultaneously in the same spotlight. Here we see the dance artists representing four different folk dances, which are Thalampata, Likali, Raban and Savarang, which we would see being performed as individual dance items across all five segments of this majestic Perahera. And this dance act is certainly a snapshot of the beauty of Sri Lankan folk culture. Dancing is also known as Jananatum or Gaminatum, which are dance items that represent the culture of native village lifestyle of Sri Lanka. These dance acts have no ritualistic regulations that need to be strictly adhered to the comparison of the Shastriya dance acts. In fact, there is a lot of space left for creativity and designing the choreograph, costumes, tunes and other elements of attraction. Keep in mind not to harm the authenticity of the dance as how it was passed down upon generations.
This dance is represented as one team, but we could carefully observe how they break themselves into sub-teams among themselves based on their designated dance. It is true that it is the same music that is being played for the whole group, but this music plays the tune for four different dance acts that involve four different props and four different steps of dance, which are being carefully represented to maintain their cultural identity. The next elephant is another female elephant we have in today's procession, and this is Rani. Rani is from Pallebatta. And on Rani's mount is another pearl umbrella or a Muthu Kudaya. For centuries, elephants have held a special place in the history and the culture and the ceremonial traditions of Sri Lanka. Their presence is religious and royal processions is not simply about grandeur or spectacle. It is a tradition that connects us to a much deeper chapter of our island's history.
Followed by Rani, we are now witnessing the troupe of Raban. The Rabana or hand tambourine is a very popular object used in folk dancing tradition in Sri Lanka known as Raban Natum. There are many forms of Raban in Sri Lanka, and we have Maharabana or Banku Rabana, which is a large drum that is played by multiple artists at the same time, and the Virindu Rabana that is played while singing comical verses of Virindu, and the Athrabana, which we see now, that is the most prominent scene in the dance related performances. We also hear the version of the Karakavime Raban or spining tambourine, which is in fact the Athraban with a decent curve in its middle. The Rabana is at times recognized as a drum of prosperity, belonging to the Athatha classification of the traditional musical instruments. Both the Rabana and Bummadiya, which are the drums played only using bare hands, are used in agricultural entertainments and ritualistic activities in the village setup. The Raban also takes great dominance during Sinhala and Tamil New Year celebrations, as the Raban is used to communicate the festive occasions such as dawn of the New Year, commencement of the dealing the consuming for meals names Feed. The Raban dance involved Atmaru or changing of the hands while performing this dance, and the tunes we hear being played by the dance orchestra are authentic recitals that are exclusive to the Raban itself, which are known as Raban Kavi. The spinning game of Raban can be identified as developed performance of the Raban dance. We see several generations of artists who are different age levels, young and senior, have developed this intrinsic skill from childhood by learning spin various objects.
The Raban dance involves Atmaru or changing of hands while performing this dance, and the tunes we hear being played by the dance orchestra are authentic recitals that are exclusive to the Raban dance itself, which are known as Raban Kavi. And followed by the troupe of Raban dancers or the Raban Krida troupe is the first trio of elephants we have in the fourth Randoli procession of Kandy Esala Perahera. Now in fact all these three elephants are female elephants with Buddhist flags on their mount. In the middle is Ganga from Ganga Rama Vihara in Colombo, and on left to Ganga is Suddhi from Habarana, and on the right side to Ganga is Devmini from Sambodhi Vihara in Colombo.
Followed by the triplets of the female tuskers, now we are witnessing the Lekeli dance. This troupe of Lekeli dancers are led by Mr. Nimesh Sumanaratna from Sri Chandananda Buddhist College. Lekeli is also another interesting folk dance of upcountry tradition that consists of performers having two wooden sticks on their hands who shall dash them together in a rhythm individually and even among pairs at the time of group.
Being a folk dance itself, this dance too sets a village picture for the audience. But the origin of the exact movements performed can be guessed as the ancient practices for war battles among the folk lifestyle, as the name of the dance itself within the word Kelia translates to battle. The fast tempo that is performed in several episodes of the Lee Kelly dance creates the sense of energy that truly creates a battle atmosphere, which once again connects the folk dance with the previously taught affiliations with war rehearsing.
Lekeli is one of the dance performance which has been performed since more than centuries ago, which is proved by evidence that's still visible to all of us. In fact, the wooden carvings of the Anbakke Kataragama Devalaya that belongs to the Gampala era too portrays the pictorial carving that illustrate the Lekeli performance. It is an interesting to see the affiliation of Lekeli and Lord Kataragama, as this great deity is considered as the god of war, and the dance act such as the Lekeli portrayed the simple rehearsals of battle, which once again proves the point that each of these dance acts has its own symbol relationship to overall protagonist idea of the Perahera.
Apart from the Sri Lankan concept of the Lekeli dance, which we identify as an upcountry folk dance performance, We see much similar versions in other neighboring cultures, and some of them could be identified as the Dandiya, which is the main folk dance of Gujarat state in India. The two young and majestic tuskers behind the troupe of Papuru dancers is a true representation of the future of this Perahera culture, and they will be the ones who will be taking on the responsibility of the taking out of the sacred relic casket. On the left is Sindhu, who is 20 years of age apart his size. Sindhu is from Malvatu Mahaviharya. And on the right is Raju, who is also 20 years old. And Raju is from the Askiri Raja Mahaviharya. The relationship between elephants and Sri Lankan pageantry goes back many centuries. During the era of ancient kingdoms, the elephants were closely associated with royalty, power and ceremonial occasions.
Followed by the two majestic young tuskers, now we are witnessing the second Nayandi group of the Kandy Esala Perahera 2026.
The elephants in ancient times were respected not only for their incredible strength and stature, but also for their intelligence, dignity and importance within the traditions of the time. And over generations, this connection between elephants and religious pageantry became an important part of Sri Lankan Buddhist culture.
This troupe of Nayandi dancers have been led by Mr. Saman Nilvitha. The Nayandi dance is one of the magnificent dance performances of the upcountry tradition that holds a very prominent position in Kandy Esala Perahera, especially during Kumbal Perahera festivals.
The word Nayandi is in fact the name of the costume that is worn by the Nayandi dancers, which is the same costume that is worn by the Kandian West dancer, with the exclusion of the devoted headrest that is replaced with a cloth turban with a knot on the head center that is taking the shape of a cobra.
The speciality of Nayandi dancing is that this dance is primarily performed by primitive Kandian dance artists who have not yet been attained reverentially as a West dancer, and any dance artist who aspires the courtness as Kandian West dancer would first need to master the skill of the Nayandi in order to proceed.
The Nayandi dance is said to be belonging to classification of Rupanatum due to its visual richness in attraction, and this dance is also known as Adavis, meaning half of the West costume, and at times even known as Tanikachi, that relates to the special head turban that is worn by the Nayandi dancers.
Many professional Kandian dancers who perform the West dance in the Kohomba Kankariya, the main healing ritual of the upcountry tradition, are culturally not practicing the West dance elsewhere in social occasions. Due to the same reason, any such ritualistic West dancer would only perform the Nayandi dance.
And here we have two of the three elephants of the elephant stable of Sri Dalada Maligawa. On the left is Hettimulle Raja and on the right is Vijita Raja, and on their mounts is the Burma flag.
Followed by these two dwarf elephants, now we are witnessing the Udaki dance, which is performed by Mr. M.B. Tennakon. Traditional musical instruments of Sri Lanka are sometimes not just used for playing itself, just like the Udakia that we see here in this dance performance. We do not just see the performers playing the Udakia, but also they perform a dance and interestingly do singing at the same time, which makes the Udaki dance at a triple infusion of art. The Udakia is an hourglass-shaped hand drum that belonging to the Adata category of the Panchaturinada, since it is played only using hands. The dancers are dressed in traditional Kandian attire, and the dancers, while playing this instrument along with the recitals that glorify the qualities of Lord Buddha. The red ribbon known as savarang, that is seen attached to the midpoint of the drum, is actually the controller of the drum's rhythm, and the midst of the dancers dancing, singing and playing, they also do need to be mindful of the rhythm that is manipulated using this technique. It is the norm to hold the Udakia from the left hand, and it needs to be planned from the index finger of the right hand.
Sri Lankan tradition of music introduces 64 different types of odd drums, and the Udakia what we see now is considered as the smallest traditional drum that we find in Sri Lanka. It is in fact used as a musical instrument in healing rituals across all three dance traditions of Sri Lanka. And followed by the troupe of Udaki dancers is Kanchana, again another female elephant, and Kanchana is from Giriulla. And followed by Kanchana, we have the troupe of sword dancers. The Kadunatuma or the sword dance is not at all meant to promote violence in this Perahera, but is meant to reflect the love, peace and care that is preached by the doctrine of Lord Buddha. This dance actually is meant to be a tribute and to illustrate the bravery of our ancient Sri Lankan warriors who risked their lives to protect Sri Lanka as a nation.
The dance is in fact a dramatic choreography of a dance which uses the props of the kaduwa, the sword and the paliha, which is the shield where the dancers present fiction battle, that is displayed using these choreographed dance steps which are unique to folk dance style of the upcountry tradition. One could notice how the facial expressions of these dancers shows the abundance of the bravery and courage to ignite the true momentum of this play.
Certain sword dancing acts also utilize the singing of Hatan Kavi, or battle-oriented poetry, in which its lyrics speak of the bravery, courage, and victorious energy of our ancient warriors, while highlighting and appreciating the heroic personalities who we have come across in history. The Battle of Gannoru, the Battle of Wagul, and the Battle of Danture are three such examples of combats that Sri Lankans battled for the sake of our locality. And we sincerely believe that the presentation of these warriors should be of nothing but a tribute to them. And this is Rani from Balangod. On the Mount of Rani is another pearl umbrella, or we call it a Mutukudaya. Followed by Rani is another troupe of Pantheru dancers, and this troupe is being led by Mr. Sarath Vijayasiri.
The Pantheruva is a musical instrument that is used to rhythm tool across all three traditions of upcountry, low country and Sabaragamua, but the Pantheru dance is exclusively belonging to the Udarata or upcountry tradition dance. The origin of the Pantheruva consists of several legends that are believed since the ancient times of our ancestors. The origin of Pantheruva consists of several legends that are believed since the time of our ancestors. One such prominent legend describes the Pantheruva was in fact a chakra of the Asura that had gone to the hand of the Asura during the Sura-Asura battle, the battle between gods and demons as illustrated in the ancient epics. The chakra was then divinely transformed into the same Pantheruva by the deity named Bandhahiru, and we see it being used in lively dance performance in this evening.
The two majestic tuskers, followed by the troop of Pantheru dancers, are Kotte Raja in the left from the Kotte Rajamaha Viharaya, and Mian Raja in the right. Mian Raja is from the elephant stable of Sri Dalada Maligawa. And in fact, Mian Raja is the other tusker who was gifted to the stable from Myanmar along with Burma Raja. And Mian Raja is also called the Sudwesa because of its pearl white skin. And this is the most awaited segment of the fourth Randoli Perahera of the Kandy Esala Perahera, the first West troop of the evening, which welcomes the upcoming Sacred Tooth Relic casket.
The most unique and most recognized presentation of the Kandian dance heritage is the most fully adorned Vesnatua or the Kandian West dancer. The Kandian dancer's skill and dance form have been considered as an authentic expression of Sri Lankan culture.
The West dance is more than just a ritual. It is a sacred recitation for protection against misfortune. Therefore, the costume of these dances are also considered sacred. The most glamorous costume symbolically represents the regalia of the King Malaya, the royalty who performed the ancient ritual of Hatapas Mangalya, which is a healing ceremony that was held 2500 years ago. The steps of the West dance are highly masculine, which is known as Thandava in technical language. And this is the most awaited vision of the evening. Today, the royal tusker who will be carrying the sacred relic casket is Kataragama Vasana from Ruhunu Maha Kataragama Devalaya. Dressed in the white Tuppotia costume is the Karya Corona Korala, who is the royal official that holds responsibility for all engagement in regard to the offerings, the Perahera and the Relic casket. The royal tusker today will be walking on white carpets known as Pavada, and under the large decorated canopy known as the Uduviyana. Today the royal tusker is being protected by Singharaja and Pulatisiraja on his sides. A truly magnificent scenery. How the royal tusker for the fourth Randoli Perahera is walking on the white carpet or the Pavada, knowing its way and what responsibility he holds exactly. And following the most sacred movement of this Perahera, then comes the clan of devotees holding flowers and lamps that symbolize an offering to this relic casket.
This is the chambers of versifiers of Kavikara Madura, the group of poets who walk behind the relic casket while singing the virtues of Lord Buddha. These versifiers are holding several instruments including Pantheruva and Udakya, and the speciality of the Kavikara Madura is that these versifiers shall only perform when the relic casket is taken out of the relic chamber and shall sing till it's reverentially placed back after the Perahera. This too has in fact offering the King Veera Parakrama Narendra Singha to the sacred tooth relic.
The youth we see in this occasion are dressed in the most modest costume that we shall ever see in this Perahera. A plain white robe that illustrates the simplicity and the modest behavior that is expected out from a true Buddhist, which is even highlighted in the most gentle walk that we see out of these devotees.
There are several forms of offering that Sri Lankan Buddhist pledge as puja towards Buddha, and one of its prominent offering are flowers and incense sticks which offer fragrance to the Lord Buddha, and oil lamp which offer light. We see both flowers and lamp in the hand of these devotees, which interpret these episodes of the Perahera as an offering of fragrance and light towards the sacred relic casket.
Being a West dancer is not an easy deal. Any primitive dancer needs years and years of practice and skill in order to be crowned as a dancer. And they are only permitted to wear the vest stuck to her or the much respected headdress is only after they are religiously coronated as a West dancer, which is a highly respected tradition that is even practiced in the modern times. And this is the second troop of West dancers of the fourth Randoli Perahera of the Kandy Esala Perahera.
costume that is worn by the West dancers are very unique, as it is believed the half of the exact same costume that was the regalia of Malay king. The colors of white and red take prominence as the only shades represent the West costume that is different to the multicolored costume that we see in our low country traditional dance. It is interesting to hear that this costume contains 64 different pieces of the accessories that includes Payampat, Nethimalaya, Thodupat, Karapatiya, Alharaya, Bubulpatiya, Silambu, Bandiwalalu, to name a few. The West dancers are traditionally honored by the king since the ancient times due to their role in dispelling unseen forces. Even though the West dance is much popular in today's context as the performing art more than of ritual, the practice of gifting the royal honor still takes place. In fact, all these dancers customarily visit the President House after the conclusion of the day Perahera, where selected artists are honored with state award by H.E., the President of Sri Lanka itself.
A troupe of West dancers always welcomes someone special. And this time it's the lay custodian of the Temple of Sacred Tooth Relic. The Malaya king is believed to be Assyrian in lineage, and the Shikabandhanya, which is the majestic headdress that is worn by the West dancers, is designed in the way which represents the sun with its outward spikes that are similar to the rays of the sun.
We are now see the lay custodian of Sri Dalada Maligawa, the 90th Devadna Nilame, Honorable Pradeep Nilangadala, who walks with utmost pride and majesty while bringing in a true sense of ancient royalty to this Perahera.
The 19th Devadana Nilame is the royal official who granted water to the kings in history, and is now designated as the lay protector of the sacred tooth relic of Lord Buddha, which makes him one of the truly respected lay readers in Buddhism in Sri Lanka.
Honorable Pradeep Nilangadala is a devoted Buddhist who is honored internationally for his service rendered towards Buddhism and for his outstanding leadership in preserving Sri Lankan's tradition and culture for many years ahead.
The Devadana Nilame shall walk under the Muthukudaya, or the pearl umbrella, surrounded by his army of guards and followed by the Vidane, or the chieftain of the 10 associated villages of the Sri Dalada Maligawa. The Vidanes, or the chieftains of the 10 associated villages of the Sri Dalada Maligawa. The presence of the 10 Vidanes show how the country is united and their loyalty to the king.
the end of Sri Dalada Maligawa procession of the 4th Randoli Perahera of the year 2026, and we are witnessing Sri Mahanatha Devala procession from here. The Sri Mahanatha Devalaya in Kandy is located right in front of Sri Dalada Maligawa, where it is considered as the main shrine that is dedicated to the Lord Natha, and one of the oldest building in Kandy that was built even before in Sri Dalada Maligawa. The procession of the Natha Devalaya is the first to follow the Dalada Perahera due to the belief that the god Natha is in next line to attain Buddhahood.
The premises of the Sri Mahanatha Devalaya in Kandy is recognized since as the Jayabhumiya, or the land with luck, since the time of our ancestors, based on the indication by an ancient Brahmin named Senkanda. According to the legend, this sage Senkanda had once visited this land and had witnessed a hare being chased by a pack of wolves, and with a flick of movement, the hare had managed to chase the entire pack of wolves by itself just as it entered this land. Interestingly, it was because of this same Brahmin that evolved the name of Senkadagala to the city of Kandy.
Now we are witnessing the Buddhist flag bearers, who are the inmates of open prison camp Pallikale. Sri Mahanatha Devalaya is believed to be built as an offering to the god Natha by King Vikramabahu III, and the royal building include the places that had been built in its surrounding. The Devalaya is the built-in form of the Kedige Devalaya, which is of Indian architectural style during the Gampola era, that is the main shrine dedicated to the god Natha, and adjoining the main building in similar shrine that is dedicated to god Gambara. It is believed that Dutch armies had used this same space as their resting place when they arrived to meet the king. Another highlight of the Natha Devala premises is an historic Ashtapal Bodhi tree that is framed with Valbodhia, which is much worshipped by all deities who visit the Sri Dalada Maligawa.
The first heavy troop of the Natha Devala Perahera. Hevisi is in fact the predominant form of music that is used for religious veneration in Buddhism and Buddhist affiliated gods in Sri Lanka. And this orchestra too has its own differences, not just in traditional but according to situations. When the sacred relic casket is carried out from the Sangal chamber, the situational variant of Puja Hevisi shall be played. And this shall change to the Vadammana Hevisi when the relic casket is being carried towards the ceremonial casket. And once again it will be the Puja Hevisi that will be performed when the relic casket will be placed on the tusker. And the Bahirava Valinadaya shall be played when the royal tusker shall step down the moonstone and thereby change the Gaman Hevisiya with the commencement of the Perahera.
The tune of Hevisi is believed to be spiritually healing the ill and create immense satisfaction when being heard by a devoted person. Interestingly, many local and foreign visitors find it very soothing to stay with the Dalada Maligawa premises during the day offering times or Thevava, as the entire surrounding of this temple of tooth relic gets filled with symphonic sound of Hevisi, which dives deep into our blood and creates patriotic feeling about ourselves, our region and our culture.
Costumes of up-country Hevisi instrumentalists consist of a traditional headgear known as the Uramalaya, the Ridi Kadukam, the earrings and Karathalla or the neck piece. And this is the first elephant of the Sri Mahanatha Devalaya Perahera. And this is Kandula. Kandula belongs to Mr. Bindu Appo in Aturupana Valavu. On Kandula's mount is the Ravana flag. It is in tradition that the first elephant to take part in the procession of God Natha shall carry an official with a unique flag that is described as the flag of Senkadagala, which depicts a artistic visualization of God Natha. And this will be the only time of the Kandy Esala Perahera where you can witness a Ravana flag.
Followed by the first elephant Kandula, this is the troupe of Savarang dancers, and this troupe is led by Mr. Dilshan Shalika. The Savarama, the main tool used by these dancers, consists of not one but two tassels attached on both its ends, which makes a longer version of the chamara instrument. However, the Savarama too is meant to serve the same purpose of the chamara, which is to fan and cool the impending icon of worship, which was traditionally the king and today the relic casket and the reliquaries of God. The sweet tune of that is blown using the flute is very mesmerizing to hear, and the tune we hear from these flutes are in fact specific poems that are exclusively written for the Savarang dance, also known as Savarang Kavi.
Different sources of history have pronounced this deity God Natha. The Devalaya of God Natha in Kandy is believed to be built as an offering towards God Natha by King Vikramabahu III, and the royal buildings including the palace had then been built in its surroundings. The Devalaya is built in the form of a Gedige Devalaya, which is of Indian architectural style during the Gampola era. There is the main shrine dedicated towards God Natha, and adjoining the main building is the smaller shrine that is dedicated to God Gambar. It is believed that the Dutch armies had used this same space as their resting place when they arrived to meet the king in Kandy. Another highlight of the Natha Devala premises is the historic Ashtapala Bodhi tree that is famed as the Well-Bodhiya, which is much worshipped by all devotees who visit Sri Dalada Maligawa.
Next in line, we are witnessing the Rabang dance. This troupe of Rabang dance is led by Mr. Anjana Gamage. Or hand tambourine is very popular object used in folk dancing tradition in Sri Lanka, known as Rabang.
The troupe of thumb and tum dancers of the Natha Devala Perahera.
The amazing feature about this Thammattam performance is that we see both playing and dancing with the Thammattam, which is evidently why is recognized as the Thammattam Nattu or Thammattam dance. This is truly fascinating beauty of Sri Lankan performing arts, where our artists are gifted with the talent of making more than what is expected of what we are blessed with.
An amazing fact behind the Sri Mahanatha Devalaya is that it was the sacred site which was used for the naming and crowning of the new kings during the ancient Kandian era. The inheritors of the crown would customarily visit the Vishnu Devalaya first and then arrive at the Sri Mahanatha Devalaya to pick their favored name as the king among the golden name plates and then be crowned amidst all the worship and respect.
Next in line, we are witnessing the troupe of Pantheru dancers.
The well-known fact behind God Natha is that the belief that he is next in line to attain Buddhahood as Maitri Bodhisattva, where he is also identified as Avalokiteshvara in Indian cults. The iconography of God Natha is shown as a gentle young man of fair complexion who holds a lotus flower on his left hand. He is in fact famed as one of the most dominant gods associated in the hill country.
When we are coming back to the dance, we are witnessing here the costume of the Pantheru dance is one of the simplest attire that are designed in the upcountry tradition, which consists of the white cloth turban, the talisman around the neck, kadukkan earring, bangles and the pyjama trousers. The simplicity of the costume that has based on two reasoning. One for being associated to offering the sacred relic and for being able to free perform during fast tempo.
And this is the site of Gajanayaka Nilame of Sri Mahanatha Devalaya. Gajanayaka Nilame is on Sumana. Sumana belongs to Venerable Boralande Jnanasara Thero. The Gajanayaka Nilames of all four Devalas can be seen riding an elephant in the Randoli processions.
Followed by the Gajanayaka Nilame, now we are witnessing the group of Nayandi dancers. The word Nayandi is in fact the name of the costume that is worn by the Nayandi dancers, which is the same costume that is worn by the Canadian West dancer, with exclusion of the devoted headdress that is replaced with a cloth turban with a knot on the head center that is taken the shape of a cobra. The speciality of Nayandi dancing is that this dance is primarily performed by the primitive Canadian dance artists who have not yet been attained reverentially as a West dancer, and only the dance artists who aspire to crown as Canadian West dancer would first need to master the skill of Nayandi in order to proceed.
The legend of God Natha takes us down through many cults in Buddhism, including the Mahayana and Theravada traditions, where it is predominantly associated as the future Buddha. In the Sri Lankan history, there are recorded evidence and mentions of God Natha in the Sandesha of Tisara, Gira and Kaul, where God Natha was one of the prime deities who were seeked by the ancient kings of Sri Lanka.
Now we are witnessing the Udakki dance performance, and this performance is being led by Mr. Dhammika Tennakon.
Traditional musical instruments of Sri Lanka are sometimes not just used for playing itself. Just like the Udakki that we see here in this dance performance. And this is the troupe of Lekali dancers.
And this Lekali dance troupe is led by Mr. H.M.P. Upali Dharmaratna.
Lekali is also another interesting folk dance of the upcountry tradition that consists of performers having two wooden sticks on their hands who shall dash them together in a rhythm individually and even among pairs or at times groups.
Being a folk dancer itself, this dance too sets the village picture for the audience, but the origin of this exact movement performed can guessed as the ancient practice for war battles among the folk lifestyle. As the name of the dance itself, the word Kellier translated to battle.
Followed by the troupe of Lekali dancers is the Raban Krida troupe of Sri Mahanatha Devalaya procession.
And this troupe is being led by Mr. Samin the Kanchana.
The Rabana or the hand turbine is a very popular object used in folk dancing tradition in Sri Lanka. But this is no such dance even though we see the presence of the tambourine in play. This performance which involves spinning of the tambourine which makes it more of a sporting performance than a dancing item. And that is why this act is known as Raban Karakavima or the Raban Krida in Sinhala.
The spinning game of the Raban can be identified as developed performance of the Raban dance. We see several generations of artists who are different age levels, young and senior, who have developed this intrinsic skill from childhood by learning the spine various objects.
They spin the Raban in their flexible long cane sticks in great balance. And the highlighted episode of this act is when they throw the tambourines towards the sky and surprisingly catch the Raban back on their sticks or from their hand.
And this is the entrance of very first West dancers in Sri Mahanatha Devala procession.
apart from the Sri Mahanatha Devalaya in Kandy, there are several other shrines dedicated to God Natha. That includes the Vegiriya Natha Devalaya in Gampola, the Dodambala Natha Devalaya in Yatinuvara, and the Pasgama Natha Devalaya in Hevahata, and also the famous Vidiyaguda Natha Devalaya in the Raigam city of Horana. And once again, a troupe of West dancers mean something special is upcoming. And yes, that is the most awaited movement of Sri Mahanatha Devalaya procession. The royal task for today's Natha Devalaya procession is Vauru Kannala Arjuna. Arjuna belongs to Venerable Karatota Panyasila Thero. And today Arjuna is being accompanied by Kandula from Tissa Maharama, who belongs to Venerable Devalegama Dhammasena Thero. And on the other side, Millangoda Kueni. Kueni is a female elephant belonging to Mr. Mahinda Millangoda. Talking about Kueni, who is accompanying the godly ornaments of Sri Mahanatha Devalaya, it reminds us about Millangoda Raja Tasker, who had the duty and the responsibility of carrying the sacred casket of Sri Dalada Maligawa back in the day. The Karya Karavana Korala of Sri Mahanatha Devalaya is leading the way for the royal tasker. The Karya Karavana Korala of Sri Mahanatha Devalaya and once again the godly ornaments godly ornaments of Sri Mahanatha Devalaya is being carried out by Vauru Kannala Arjuna belonging to Venerable Karatota Panyasila Thero. May the blessings of God Natha be with you. And this is the second troop of West dancers in the procession of Sri Maha Natha Devalaya. The history of West dancing takes us back to the 4th century BC, when the first ever Hetapas Mangalya was performed in Sri Lanka by the Malaya king to cure the Dividos, or godly curse that had been bestowed upon King Panduvasdeva, who is in fact a descendant of King Vijaya, the Indian prince who discovered the land of Sri Lanka as Tambapanni. The lay custodian of Sri Maha Natha Devalaya is welcomed by the troop of West dancers. And this is Honorable A.W.S. Bandara Nayaka, the Basnayaka Nilame of Sri Maha Natha Devalaya in Kandy and Sri Katargama Devalaya in Nambekka. The Basnayaka Nilame shall walk under the shade of the Muthu Kudaya or the Pearl Umbrella and under the protection of the Mura Ayudha bearers. The Vidanes of Sri Maha Natha Devalaya.
This marked the end of Sri Maha Natha Devalaya procession of the 4th Randoli Perahera 2026. And now we are witnessing Sri Maha Vishnu Devalaya procession. The Sri Mahavishnu Devalaya in Kandy, that is also prominently identified as the Mahadevalaya or Great Shrine, is the main shrine that is hill capital that is dedicated to Lord Vishnu, among the Satara Mahadevalaya in Kandy. The Devalaya is located northeast to Sri Dalada Maligawa, which is accessed easily via Rajavidya and is considered as the most prominent religious site in Kandy, that is only seconded to Sri Dalada Maligawa.
Different sources of history have pronounced this deity and the Devalaya by different names, where one such evidence noted by the English prisoner Robert Knox had called the deity in this Devalaya as Alut Nuwara Deviyo, who had been brought to Alut Nuwara in Kegol from Devi Nuwara in Matara. While another legend identifies this god as Upulvam Deviyo, which translates to the blue color god.
First in line of the procession, you are witnessing the flags. These flags are hoisted by the Civil Defence Authority. It is believed that the Sri Mahavishnu Devalaya in Kandy was built by King Senarat.
The Irahanda Kodia is being carried out on its mount is Haritha, the first elephant of Sri Mahavishnu Devalaya. And Haritha carries the Irahanda Kodia or the sun moon flag on its mount.
It is believed that Sri Mahavishnu Devalaya in Kandy was built by King Senarat in between 1604 to 1635, during the time in which Upulvan Devalaya in Alutnura was destroyed by the Portuguese in midst of their Kandian invasion, with the rulers of the king of the Nayakar clan, who are the Indian origin, took over Sri Lanka. The Upulvan Devalaya was transformed to Vishnu Devalaya based upon the origins of belief.
The first troop of heavy sea dancers in the procession of Sri Mahavishnu Devalaya. It is fascinating to know how all of the blend of all these instruments individually contribute to the symphonic sound of the overall ensemble. When musically analyzing the instruments on its own, we see that the daula is used to create a deep echoing sound. The tammetama, on the other hand, creates a noise that is heard to far distance, while the horanava creates a high-pitched wind noise.
Troop of Sri Mahavishnu Devalaya is notably special among all the other heavy troop that we see throughout this procession, based on several importance. As we know, inaugural rituals of Esala Perahera is the Kapsiduima, or the planting of jack in auspicious hour, And this piece of jack plant is being cut from the village Alutnura, that is located at the footstep of Kaduganavar, which marks the entrance of the district of Kandy and is also known for Alutnura Sri Dadimunda Devalaya, that is the main shrine in Sri Lanka that is dedicated to Lord Dadimunda. The chosen piece of jack plant or copper is ceremoniously brought all the way from Alutnura Sri Dadimunda Devala premises to the Dadimunda Devala in Kandy on the Mount of Tusker, along the distance of 25 kilometers. The Dadimunda Devala in Kandy is located in Sri Mahavishnu Devala premises itself, and this is where the main piece of jack plant shall be cut into 4 equal quarters. These 4 equal quarters are distributed to the other 3 Devala shrines on Mount of 3 Tuskers.
The Gajanayaka Nilame of Sri Mahavishnu Devalaya is today mounted on the young Tusker Rohana Raja. Rohana Raja is another young representation of the young Tuskers in this generation. The Tusker carrying the Gajanayaka Nilame is Heyantuduve Rama.
Among the diverse religious beliefs that are observed in this island nation of Sri Lanka, Lord Vishnu is a virtuous god who is popularly being worshipped by both Sri Lankan Hindu and Buddhist devotees.
It is believed that the Sri Mahavishnu Devalaya in Kandy was built by the King Senarath in between 1604 to 1635. During the time in which the Upulwan Devalaya in Alutnura was destroyed by the Portuguese in midst of their Kandian invasion. With the rulers of the Nayakar clan who are of Indian origin took over Sri Lanka, the Upulwan Devalaya was transformed to Vishnu Devalaya based upon their own beliefs.
Now we are witnessing the troupe of legally dancers, and this troupe of legally dancers are being led by Mr. Ramesh Kumara.
The Vishnu Devalaya is built in a form of a long building with a storied sanctum at the end. where it is in front of this temple is a long hall. The next elephant of the Sri Maha Vishnu Devalaya Perahera is Rohana Raja, a young elephant, a young tusker for the next generation. And on the mount of Rohana Raja is the Down the Beraya flag. And followed by Rohana Raja is the troupe of Pantheru dancers of Sri Maha Vishnu Devalaya procession.
Among the diverse religious beliefs that are observed in this island nation of Sri Lanka, Lord Vishnu is a virtuous god who is popularly worshipped by both Sri Lankan Hindu and Buddhist devotees. He is known 108 names including Hari, Madhava, Narayana apart from Sri Lankan recognition as Supreme. The concept of Trinity in Hinduism, which is known as Trimurtiya, consists of three main god names, namely Lord Brahma, the creator of the world, Lord Shiva, who is the destroyer of the world, and the Lord Vishnu, who is the preserver of the world. Apart from Trimurti, another similar concept of Hinduism named Smartha involved Lord Vishnu, where five deities include Lord Vishnu, Lord Shakti, Lord Ganesh and Lord Surya himself, which promotes equal faith to all five these deities.
And this is Gagana, another young elephant belonging to Sri Maha Vishnu Devalaya. And on the mount of Gagana is a Pachalansaya flag.
The cult of Lord Vishnu is not just limited to Hinduism but has long-standing affiliation with Buddhism too. The Mahavansha Chronicle of Sri Lanka state that is Great Tupulvan Deviyo or Lord Vishnu, who was selected as the guardian to protect Sri Lanka and Buddhism within it at time of the passing away of Lord Buddha.
The Sri Maha Vishnu Devalaya is built in a form of a long building with a storied sanctum at the end. Right in front of the sanctum is a long hall which is known as the Digge, the hall that was traditionally used by dancers to carry out the veneration for the deity that is currently used by devotees to pray. The building complex is entered through a two-storied Vahalkata to an open hall with timber pillars, which is the middle terrace known as the Magul Madua. A beautifully carved stone flight of steps takes us to the drumming hall or the leading to the shrine. In addition to the Vishnu Devalaya, a shrine dedicated to worshipping god Dadimunda and a bow tree can be found in this site.
And we are now witnessing the Savarang dance. And this Savarang dance is led by Mr. Ruwan Talgahagoda again. Lord Vishnu is believed to be dark in skin tone, which is the reason why his illustration is shown in the color of blue. His appearance illustrated Lord Vishnu sitting in the mythical bird Garuda, known as the Gurula in Sri Lankan context, holding a lotus flower, mace, conch shell, and Sudarshana chakra in his 4 hands, ahead of the great 5-headed cobra named Shesha. These elements have now become unique features of the Perahera segment itself, where we see the dominance of color blue throughout this Perahera of Sri Mahavishnu Devalaya, and now godly weapons being used illustrated on the elephant costumes too.
And here on the left we have Banda with an Ilu Kolaya flag on its mound. And on the right is Mudungot Athena with a Savarang Kodia flag on its mount.
The Savarang Kodia or red tassel flag is in fact another special feature that can only be seen in final 2 days of Esala Perahera. This flag is in fact one of 5 state recognition or Mian Pasa that were presented to the people of the Satara Korala as commendation to their bravery and strength.
The Sri Mahavishnu Devalaya is the hosting shrine for many important rituals of the Kandy Esala Perahera. That includes the distribution of the kappa and the Valiyak Natuman, which is a healing dance ritual that is performed across 7 nights after the conclusion of the day Perahera. In the intention of dispelling evil from the participation of who took part in this Perahera festival.
And now we are witnessing the Nayandi dance. This troupe of Nayandi dancers are led by Mr. Sirisena Titwala.
Talking about the sun moon flag that we only see in the Vishnu Devala Perahera. It is the ancient tradition that the first elephant to take part in the procession of the Sri Mahavishnu Devalaya shall carry an official holding a special flag that is affiliated to the customs of the god Vishnu, which is the Irahanda Kodi or the moon, sun moon flag. And here we have Devi Athena, or the female elephant, Devi on the left and Kumari on the right. The troupe of Udakki dancers of Sri Mahavishnu Devalaya procession.
The origin of Udakya is believed to be originated from the Damruva drum that is seen in iconography of Lord Ishvara, renewed by deity, who is much popular among Hindus around the world. Ishvara is in fact the father of Lord Skanda, which coincidentally built relationship with the Udakki dance and Sri Maha Kataragama Devala Perahera. Udakki Gataya is a very special episode of the Udakki dance performance, where we saw the performers grouping up into subgroups to create knots out of their drums. That is fascinating to see how it been tied and removed in compliant its dance orientation.
A trio of elephants in the Sri Maha Vishnu Devalaya procession. On the left is Chuti Manike Athena, the female elephant Chuti Manike, and in the middle is Sudu Manike, and on the right is Surani Athena. And in fact, all these three elephants are female elephants. The first West troop is being led by the three female elephants of Sri Maha Vishnu Devalaya. Getting back to the origin story of West. The story of King Vijaya and his tribal wife Queni is in fact the birth story of the royal tradition of Kandian dancing, which is quite interesting to learn. According to history, Queni was a princess of the Yaksha tribe in Sri Lanka, who became the wife to King Vijaya upon his arrival to Sri Lanka, being the first young lady who he witnesses just after discovering this copper-sanded land of Sri Lanka. And unfortunately, it is a sad incident when Queni was betrayed by King Vijaya, which led to a devastated Queni who was left out with both her children. Being frustrated with pressure, Queni cursed King Vijaya and his descendants, which ultimately affected King Pandavasdeva, who was a relative of King Vijaya.
This curse is known as Devidos, was not cured of the King Pandavasdeva, for which he invited the Malaya king from India to perform the healing ritual named Hattapas Mangalya to dispel this curse successfully, which indeed produced its divine results.
The Malaya king had instructed to continue Hattapas Mangalya to be performed, and its responsibility was delegated to a village youth named Kohamba before his return to India.
Kohamba is now a regionally venerated god in Kandy towards the area of Hantana, which is believed as one of the locations which experienced the true incident behind the Hattapas Mangalya, and this healing ritual was designed as Kohamba Kankarya, which still performed very popularly in many parts of the country.
The Karya Koravana Korala of Sri Maha Vishnu Devalaya leads the way to the royal trio of elephants. The godly ornaments of Sri Mahavishnu Devalaya is being carried out by Suranimala elephant of Sri Mahavishnu Devalaya, and he is being accompanied by Alapatha Athinna and Biyagama Rani. The second troop of West dancers of Sri Mahavishnu Devalaya is being led by the godly ornaments and the royal elephant of Sri Mahavishnu Devalaya.
When going back to the origin of West dance, the Kohomba Kankariya healing ritual is in fact the prime origin of Kandian dance that narrates the story of Hattapas Mangala involvement in Sri Lanka, and the West dance is the one key dance representation of the Kohomba Kankariya, along with several other interesting dance acts such as Kuweni Asna and Kohomba Hella, which we see being performed in other Perahera ceremonies in the island. While that explains how the West dance evolved as a ritualistic dance in the time of Sri Lanka's first lineage of kings, the West dance as Perahera-oriented performance take down nearly a century, where it was introduced to the Kandy Esala Perahera by the Devarna Nilame Punchi Bandara Nugavela in the year 1990. West dancing was considered as a part of royalty itself, where it was formerly associated with the kings in ancient times. When going down history, the West dance was performed in the time of Anuradhapura kingdom, and this had been rebranded as the Kandian dance only after the royalty had shifted to the kingdom of Kandy.
The second West troop of Sri Mahavishnu Devalaya procession welcomes the Basnayaka Nilame procession of Sri Mahavishnu Devalaya. And on this day, in the fourth Randoli Perahera of Kandy Esala Perahera, the Basnayaka Nilame of Sri Mahavishnu Devalaya will be represented by the Basnayaka Nilames of rural shrines or the Pitisara Devalas, which are being ruled under the ruling of Sri Mahavishnu Devalaya in Kandy. The Basnayaka Nilames shall walk under the shade of Motukuda or the pearl umbrellas and with the protection of the Mura Ayudha bearers.
This marked the end of Sri Mahavishnu Devala procession of the fourth Randoli procession of the year 2026, and now we are witnessing Sri Mahakataragala Devala procession. The Sri Mahakataragama Devalaya in Kandy is one of the key places of worship that are dedicated to Lord Kataragama in the city of Kandy, and the speciality of Sri Mahakataragama Devalaya being the only out of the Satara Mahadevalaya of 4 main shrines that is located outside of the premises of Sri Dalada Maligawa and is located in Kotugodalla Vidya, which was known as the ancient Kavikara Vidya, where the poets of the king had used to reside during the time of royalty. The Sri Mahakataragama Devalaya had been built during the reign of King Narendra Singha, who ruled the country from the year 1707 to 1739, where it was considered as personal Devala shrine to Kandian kings for their devotional rituals in order to receive the blessings of Lord Kataragama. This is the first Heavisi troop of Sri Mahakataragama Devala procession.
The Devalaya is constructed in the shape of an oblong building with wood-carved valance boards having a narrow passage on all 4 sides. The premises host a main shrine dedicated to Lord Kataragama, along with several other shrines dedicated to several gods, including Lord Ganapati and Lord Ishwara.
Shrines dedicated to God are referred as Kovil and Devala in general Sinhalese, but has its differentiation based on the practiced culture of traditions. Kovils are usually managed with pure Tamil culture practice of Hinduism, while the Devalayas have certain degree of Sinhala Buddhism influence behind them. Devala in Kandy too practice the variety of Tamil influenced rituals such as annual Theru festival that takes place annually in the month of June, and the chief priest or Iyer hailing from an original South Indian Brahmin lineage itself. But the Buddhist affiliation of the shrine is not less, especially with administration headed by Sinhalese Basnayaga Nilame and the Buddhist temple that are located within the Devala premises, and what makes the shrine as Devalaya instead of traditional Kovil.
Looking at these authentic Sri Lankan drums shall never fail to remind us of the Laksha industry of Sri Lanka that relates to one of the oldest handcrafting techniques that is believed to date back to the same history of Heavisi itself, where it is believed that the first Laksha artisan arrived in the shores of Sri Lanka with the Dumindagamane, or the arrival of the Jayasri Mahabodhi, sailing to Sri Lanka from India. The intricate designs of these drums are made using the Laksha handcraft technique. During the period of the Kandian kingdom from 15th to 18th centuries, arts and crafts became highly appreciated and received royal patronage during this time of the Kandian kingdom, was famous for its Laksha industry, including the most well-known area of Hurikaduwa in Kandy. The first elephant of Sri Maha Katharagama Devalaya procession is Hesara. Hesara belongs to Mr. Ajit Gallage.
Lord Katharagama, or the god of war, is divine deity who is worshipped as Kanda Kumara, Karthikaya or Murugan in South Indian tradition, and as Kanda Kumara or Kadira in his Sri Lankan cult. He is considered as one of the most powerful deity who has an appearance of 6 heads and 12 hands, who sits in the peacock with his consort Devani Amman and Valli Amman. It is believed that the Lord Katharagama is the younger son of the Lord Shiva and goddess Parvati, and he is considered as an important deity in Indian subcontinent since the ancient time, worshipped as Mahasin and Kumara in North India, and is predominantly worshipped in state of Tamil Nadu and other parts of the South India, Sri Lanka, Singapore and Malaysia. Next in line in the procession, you are witnessing the Pathuru dance. This troupe of Pathuru dance was led by Mr. Hasitha Ramanayaka. Just like other gods, Lord Katharagama too has a weapon unique to himself known as Velayudaya, along with the other symbols such as peacock and coloured red. According to the Richard Combridge, Skanda has been important deity in Theravada Buddhist pantheon.
The Katharagama Devalaya in Kandy too practices a variety of Tamil influence rituals, such as the annual Theru festival that takes place annually in the month of June, and the chief priest or Iyer hailing from an original South Indian Brahminic lineage itself. But the Buddhist affiliations of the shrine is not less, especially with the administration headed by a Sinhalese Basnayaka Nilame, and the Buddhist temple that is located within the Devalaya premises. And that is what makes this shrine as a Devalaya instead of a traditional kovil.
The legend of Lord Katharagama narrates his arrival in Sri Lanka as a very interesting story of romance. According to his story, the Lord Katharagama had witnessed the tribal young girl named Valli from southeastern wilds of Sri Lanka, named Valli, with whom he fell with love. In order to win Valli as his consort, he had reached Sri Lanka via the shores of Devundara in Matara and reached the city Katharagama in reach for Valli. Lord Kataragama is believed to be divine force behind the ancient king Dutugamunu in his battle against Chola invades of the Dravidian king Alara. The present Ruhunu Mahakataragama Devalaya was in fact commitment of the vow that was made by King Dutugamunu, who built the Ruhunu Mahakataragama Devalaya, inaugurated its Asala festival that commemorates the divine marriage between God Kataragama and Goddess Valli, and commanded that the procession need to be held annually regardless any circumstance.
And this is the Gajanayaka Nilame of Sri Maha Kataragama Devalaya procession. The Gajanayaka Nilame is on the mount of Podiraju. Podiraju belongs to Mr. Chamila Bandara Nayaka.
When going back to the legend of Lord Kataragama, the god of Kataragama is mostly represented with an iconography with 6 faces that symbolize 6 of divine powers or attributes. The first, which radiates light that dispels darkness; the second, that expresses compassion and pity for human; the third, that shows goodness and gentleness toward the peaceful; and fourth, that shines beautifully as a moon while exploring the furtive; the fifth, that blesses with victim of the battlefield; and the sixth is kind husband who shows benevolence to both his consorts. Next in line of the procession, you are witnessing the Pantheru dances.
The Ruhunu Maha Kataragama Devalaya that is located in the southeastern Sri Lanka is the headquarters shrine of Lord Kataragama that was visited by majority of Sri Lankans from history till now. And it is believed that there is a practice of the ancient Kandians to first worship the Sri Maha Kataragama Devalaya in Kandy before commencing their pilgrimage to the sacred city of Kataragama.
Apart from Sri Maha Kataragama Devalaya in Kandy, there are several other shrines around Kandy which are dedicated towards the god Kataragama, which includes the Vallahangoda Kataragama Devalaya in Gampula, Ambakki Kataragama Devalaya in Udunura, the Ganegoda Kataragama Devalaya in Doluwa, and Marape Kataragama Devalaya in Pusalawa.
The next elephant of Sri Maha Kataragama Devalaya procession. And this is Kempitiye Athena, another female elephant with a pearl umbrella on its mount.
followed by the majestic tusker Kempidie. This is the Lee Kelly dance. It is interesting to see the affiliation of Lee Kellier and Lord Kataragama, as this great deity is considered as the god of war, and dance acts such as Lee Kellier portray the simple rehearsals of the battle, which once again proves the point of each. These dance acts its own symbolic relationship to overall protagonist idea of the Perahera. Apart from Sri Lankan concept of Lee Kelly dance, which we identify an upcountry folk dance performance, we see much similar version in other neighbouring cultures, and some of them could be identified as Dandiya, which is the main folk dance in Gujarat state of India. The fast tempo that is performed in several episodes of the Lee Kelly dance create the sense of energy that truly creates a battle atmosphere, which once again connect the folk dance with previously told affiliations with war rehearsals. Lee Kelly is one of the dancing performances which has been performed since more than centuries ago, which is proved by evidence that's still visible to all of us. In fact, the wooden carvings of Ambakke Kataragama Devalaya that belongs to Gampula era too portrays a pictorial carving that illustrate Lee Kelly performance. Next in line of Sri Maha Kataragama Devala procession, we are now witnessing the Nayandi dance. This troupe of Nayandi dancers being led by Mr. Pradeep Nishankar. The word Nayandi is in fact the name of the costume that is worn by Nayandi dancers, which is the same costume that is worn by Candian dancer, with exclusion of the devoted headdress that is replaced with cloth turban with a knot in head center that is taking the shape of a cobra. speciality of Nayandi dancing is that this dance is primarily performed by primitive Kandian dance who have not yet been attained reverentially as a West dancer, and any dance artist who inspire to crowdman as the Kandian West dancer with the first need to master the skill of Nayandi in order to proceed.
Another red elephant for the Kataragama Devalaya procession, and this is Sandali. Sandali too belongs to Mr. Ajit Gallage.
The vibrance of the procession is multiplied by many with the peacock dance coming in the picture. Sri Lankans identify the peacock as a unique creation.
Yes, and this is a unique dance that can only be seen in the Kataragama Devalaya. And this in fact is Bhakti Kavadi, a genre of normal Kavadi but with a different prop and costume.
Among many different offerings that are made toward the Lord Kataragama, Kavadi dancing is renowned as one of the most prominent dance of devotion that is performed to impress the lightning. Kavadi is in fact Tamil word that translates to burden in English language, with the dance ritual originates from South India by the name of Kavadi Attama or the burden dance.
Devotees believe that Lord Kataragama is impressed by energy, and Kavadi dancing is one of its key interpretations, where these performers hold the hillocks known as Kavadi or physical burden, a semicircle shaped wooden prop with a peacock feathers attached to it on the shoulders, and dance to make the fast tempo music in full energy. While at times the most authentic form of Kavadi is performed without single practice of choreography, but instead of a fast-paced and a highly energetic dance.
When examining the facts about the history of Kavadi, its ancient story is rooted down in Tamil mythology, where the Lord Shiva has entrusted the sage Agastya to install 2 hillocks and this hill of Sivagiri and Shaktigiri in South India. The task, which was conducted by his disciple Idumban, who lifted this hillcock with divine assistance, and at the point when they rested down from South Indian village of Palani, that is known for the famous shrine of Lord Murugan, he found the hillcock being immovable and scuffled with youth who claimed the ownership of said hillcock. The vibrance of the procession is multiplied by many, with a peacock dance coming into the picture. Sri Lankans identify the peacock as the unique creation of nature due to its assistant features of physical appearance, but the speciality of this peacock in this Perahera is beyond its attraction, as this dance depicts the beauty of the peacock as the godly vehicle of the Lord Kataragama. The peacock is in fact depicted in traditional Sri Lankan upcountry dancing in the Peacock Symphony known as Mayuravannama, that uses traditional upcountry dance movement to illustrate the charming beauty of the peacock. But this dance is rather a creative dance that is not conducted with Sri Lankan Mayuravannama, but instead much similar to the Mailattam dance that is rooted in South Indian state of the Kerala and Tamil Nadu.
The significant features of this dance include the glittery, vibrant costumes that add color to the procession's glamour, and on the other hand, the large peacock feathered prop as well as the facial expressions of these performers depict the charming grace of a peacock in its naturally romantic episodes of impressing its opposites.
Much different to the dance performance that we witnessed before, the procession of Sri Mahakataragama Devalaya brings us complete change in favor of music, as we do not hear any Getabera drum, but we hear westernized fusion of Indian music known as Nagasamala, Mollam and Papare music, which is the authentic tune that is used to perform the modern choreographed creative dance acts such as in this peacock dance.
If we too were to explore on an international aspect on how the peacock is culturally valued in different countries, the peacock is a sacred bird to the queen of goddess Hera in Greek mythology, while Chinese believe that the tail feathers of peacocks symbolize the luck and fame.
The Sri Lankan orientation of Kavadi dancing has segregated into several variants, which are known as Bhakti Kavadi, Kiri Kavadi, Agni Kavadi and Paravi Kavadi, which have their unique features different to each other. And what see here is the procession tonight is the favorite variant of Bhakti Kavadi, where the uniqueness of this variant is the concept that the hillcock is made under much purified practices and is lifted only after being offered God with 120 peacock feathers attached to it, with a belief of even 100 people cannot lift a hillcock apart from the designated devotee.
The religious city of Kataragama shall never experience an hour that does not tune this music, as most of the pilgrims who flock to the city of Kataragama consider performing a Kavadi dance around the sacred site as a part of their venerated offerings, as well as thanking to their wishes that are granted by the Divine Lord. In fact, this offering has no barriers of age, gender, race, religion or socio-economic class, as Lord Kataragama is undoubtedly venerated by all people alike, regardless of their differentiation. In fact, any festival that is linked with Lord Kataragama shall never be complete without this energetic, bustling vibrance of Kavadi. The next elephant in red for the procession of Sri Maha Kataragama Devalaya is Hiruni. Hiruni too belongs to Mr. Ajit Gallage. Led by Hiruni comes the first troop of West dancers of Sri Maha Kataragama Devalaya. And once again, a West troop means it's inviting and welcoming something special. And yes, that is the most awaited time and the segment of Sri Maha Kataragama Devalaya procession. The origin story of Wes and Kohamba Kankarya was stopped how it came from India to Sri Lanka. Now Kohamba is now a regionally venerated god in Kandy towards the areas of Hantana, which is believed as one of the locations which experienced the true incidents behind the Hatapas Mangalya. And this healing ritual was then designed as the Kohamba Kankarya, which is still performed very popularly in many parts of the country as the healing ritual that is devoted towards god Kohamba and god Kamde Bandara. The Kohamba Kankarya healing ritual is in fact the prime origin of Kandyan dance that narrates the story of Hetapas Mangalya involvement in Sri Lanka. And the West dance is one of the key dance representations of the Kohamba Kankarya, along with several other interesting dance acts such as the Kueniasna and Kohamba Hell, which we see being performed in other Perahera ceremonies in the island.
The steps of West dance is highly masculine, which is known as Thandava in technical language. The dance is choreographed in very heavy steps that could be performed only by the strongest of men, and undoubtedly the dance performance that requires lots of energy to perform. The audience cannot just experience the energy of West dance, but this is also opportunity to learn about highly energetic Sri Lankan men who had evolved since our history in this country with so much man-made developments. Being a West dancer is no easy deal. Any primitive dancer needs years and years of practice and skill in order to be crowned as a West dancer, and they are only permitted to wear West tattoo with a much respected headdress is only after they are religiously coronated as a West dancer, which is highly respected tradition that is even practiced in modern times.
We discussed many different reasons as to how the Perahera of Kataragama Devalaya is much different to the rest of the procession. And another such reason is the Nadaswaram ensemble. Unlike the other four Devala shrines, the chief priest or the Iyer of Sri Maha Kataragama Devalaya is Kandy, is not Sinhalese origin, but he is in fact an Indian national who is of traditional Brahmic lineage. The royal elephant who's carrying the godly ornaments of Sri Maha Kataragam Devalaya today is Gamunu. Gamunu belongs to Mr. Mahesh Vijayasekar, and Gamunu is being accompanied by Handler on the left and Denuka on the right. The West dance as a Perahera-oriented performance takes down to nearly a century, where it was introduced to Kandy Esala Perahera by the former Diyawadana Nilame Punchi Bandara Nugavela in the year 1919, where four West dancers representing the Suramba lineage had danced in front of the royal tusker, carrying the Relic casket to the beat of just two Gatabera drums. A century later, the Kandy Esala Perahera consists of not one but 10 episodes of West dancing throughout the Perahera, which consists of nearly 200 dances. And that is a positive sign to realize that the Perahera is not a diminishing culture among our people. And once again, a troupe of West dancers mean someone special or something special is being welcomed. And like we saw in the previous processions of the Sri Dalada Maligawa and the two Devalas, now comes the procession of Sri Maha Kataragama Devala's Basnayaka Nilame. And today the Basnayaka Nilame of Sri Maha Kataragama Devalaya is being represented by the Basnayaka Nilame of Morape Kataragama Devalaya, Honorable S.K. Ratnayaka Nilame. The Basnayaka Nilame shall walk under the shade of the pearl umbrella and with the guard of the Mura Ayudha bearers.
This marks the end of Sri Maha Kataragama Devala procession of the 4th Randoli procession of the year 2026. And this is the final Devala procession, Sri Maha Pattini Devalaya, in 4th Randoli procession of the year 2026. Sri Maha Pattini Devalaya in Kandy is the only shrine of the Kandian Satara Devalaya that dedicated towards virtuous goddess Pattini, who is also only the female presentation among the guardian deities of sacred tooth relic. This Devalaya is located in the premises of Sri Dalada Maligawa, which can be easily reached via Devavidya, and is separated from Sri Mahanatha Devalaya from ancient Natvidya, which used to be the resting ground for the royal elephants.
This is the troop of Buddhist flag bearers with the personalities of the Civil Defense Authority.
It is believed that this Devalaya, it has at least 4 centuries old, as they are written in evidence of the Perahera that had been held during the region of King Rajasingha II. According to the folklore, the statue of goddess Pattini at this Devalaya was bought from the Maligawa Pattini Devalaya during the time of King Vimaladharmasuriya I. Even today, the statue at Maligawa Devalaya and Kandy looks similar, and this evidence suggests that Sri Mahapattini Devalaya in Kandy goes back to the 16th century in history. Next in line of the procession, we are now witnessing the Hevisi group. This troop of Hevisi is led by Mr. M.P. Palithan Shankar, Mr. M.P. Sirisena and by Mr. M.P. Premadasa.
It was previously mentioned about how Hevisi has its situational variants apart from its regional differences, and such differences include Kemmura, Yama, Puja, Hevisi Paha, Dura and Titmatra Hevisi. Situational variants are interesting to notice and identify, since the drumming and playing of the instruments are done differently based on one occasional instance to another. The Valinada is yet another key element of the Hevisia, which is in fact the transitional symphony while changing from one situation variant to another.
The shrine devoted to goddess Pattini in Kandy is a simple, small rectangular building on a usual stone platform. It consists of 4 compartments, including the traditional Kandian roof adorned, golden entrance to the chamber, and charming elegance that make the Devalaya as simple but beautiful shrine that is the home to many devotees who flock to this Kandian shrine to worship goddess Pattini. In addition to the shrine dedicated to goddess Pattini, we also witnessed the shrine made toward goddess Durga in the same premises. The current building that we see believed to be built in King Narendra Singha during his reign from 1707 to 1739.
Looking at these authentic Sri Lankan drums shall never fail to remind us of the Laksha industry of Sri Lanka, that relates to one of the oldest handcrafting techniques that is believed to date back to the same history of Hevisi itself, where it is believed that the first Laksha artisan arrived in the shores of Sri Lanka with the Dumindagamane, or the arrival of the Jayashri Mahabodhi spelling to Sri Lanka from India. The prominent drums used in Hevisi have its own distinct characteristics. The Daula, which belongs to the classification of Vitata among the Panchaturyanada, is played using both bare hands, and a stick with it is known as the Kadippur. It is 15 inches long in length with a circumference of 45 inches, and is in fact the main drum that is used for the dance and traditional rituals of the Sabaragamuwa culture in Sri Lanka, which is authentic to the cities of Ratnapura, Kuruvita and Balangoda, even though it resembles a prominent place in the upcountry Hevisi ensemble. Gajanayak Nilame of Sri Mahapattini Devalaya. The Gajanayak Nilame is on the mount of Isuru. Isuru belongs to Venerable Urlavate Dhammarakkita Thera of Mahiyangana Raja Mahaviharaya. The male-dominated presence of artists that we saw previously is no longer visible. As we see the entrance of female representation of the Perahera, which is indeed the speciality of the Sri Mahapattini Esala Perahera. Being the only goddess that is venerated in this religious pageant, this segment of the Perahera not just celebrates the virtues of goddess Pattini, but it also celebrates the greatness of women and their value to the existence of this world. The procession of Sri Mahapattini Devalaya is the final representation among the four main Devala shrines in the Kandy Esala Perahera, where the ceremonial elephant shall be carrying a golden statue of goddess Pattini within the decorated Ranhilige.
You are now witnessing the female Panteru dance. This troupe of female Panteru dancers are being led by Mrs. K.M. Ishani Vindya Kulasiva. Goddess Pattini is framed as the goddess of chastity and is still considered as the most popular deity among Sri Lanka, despite being a goddess of South Indian origin. The virtues of the goddess Pattini are narrated in Tamil epic named Sirupadikaram, which was written in 2nd century along with the several other poetic literature that was written in Sri Lanka during 80th and 90th century. Goddess Pattini is also known as Kandy in Tamil folklore, where we find many kovil in Sri Lanka that are built by Sri Lankan Hindus to pay respect to their faith of Goddess Pattini.
The next young tusker with a Buddhist flag bearer on its mount is Mihin Raja. Mihin Raja belongs to Venerable Gatamane Gunaratana Thero of Matara Palatua Bauddhodaya Vihare. Goddess Pattini is also known as Kannagiyamman in Tamil folklore, where we find many kovils in Sri Lanka that are built by the Sri Lankan Hindus to pay respect to their faith of Goddess Pattini as Kannagiyamman.
You are now witnessing the Thalam dance. This troupe of Thalam dance are led by Mrs. Dhananjana Jayaratna from Dhananjana Academy, Kadugannavar. When going back to the legend of the goddess Pattini, the cult of goddess Pattini narrates many amusing stories which are all a part of the legend of this great goddess. One of the most interesting out of such legends is her birth story, which is popular as Satpatini, where it reveals the 7 different ways in which she had been born, which includes the stories of Goddess Patini being born out of a mango, dewdrop, cobra deer, dermata flower, shoal, fire and lightning. The cult of Satpatini is also challenged with a different variant which illustrate 12 birds known as Dolos Patini Upatha. According to the Silapadikaram epic, one of the earliest known shrine in Sri Lanka that dedicated to Goddess Patini, the Navagamo Patini Devalaya, along the bank of Kalani River in Colombo.
The next elephant with a cobra canopy on its mount is Nandimitra. Nandimitra belongs to Venerable Kirinde Ananda Thero of Gatabarwa Rajamaha Viharaya. The name Nandimitra comes from the 10 giants of King Dutugamono in Anuradhapura era. And this is the troupe of female Nayandi dancers which is being led and trained by Mrs. U.P. Lakshmi Kumari of the Ketumati Arts Academy.
One may wonder if the elegant presentation of the Kandian dancing is only biased towards male. As we notice in the dance of Vis and Nayandi, this thought is certainly proved wrong with this dance act, which is in fact the same Nayandi dance we saw before, but this time the female representation that is choreographed in the way which suits the feminine or lascive atmosphere that is expected out of the female performer. Theories of Kandian dance classifies such female performance presentations as Narinatu.
Followed by the troupe of female Nayandi dancers is Ratna. This Palmanulle Ratna belongs to Venerable Bengamue Dhammadinna Thero of Palmadulla Rajamaha Viharaya. And on Ratna's mount is a pearl umbrella. And in Sinhala we call a pearl umbrella a Muthukude.
Next in line of the procession, this is the mixed folk dance performance of the Sri Mahapattini Devala procession. This troupe is being led by Mr. Nishantha Sangeet Navaranga from Navaranga Academy, Marudankadavela. Here we see the dance artists representing four different folk dances, which are the Thalampata, the Likeli, Rabam and the Savaram, which we would see being performed in individual dance items across all 5 segments of the majestic Perahera, and this dance act certainly a snapshot of the beauty of Sri Lankan folk culture. This dance is represented as one team, but we could carefully observe how they break themselves into sub-teams among themselves based on their designated dance. It is true that the same music that is being played for the whole group, but this music plays in the tune of 4 different dance sets that involve 4 different props and 4 different steps of dance, which are being carefully presented to maintain the cultural identity.
The troupe of Kadu dancers or the sword dancers is next in line. The Kadu Natuma or the sword dance is not at all meant to promote violence in this Perahera. That is meant to reflect the love, peace and care that is preached by the doctrine of Lord Buddha. This dance actually is meant to be a tribute and to illustrate the bravery of our ancient Sri Lankan warriors who risked their lives to protect Sri Lanka as a nation. The dance is in fact a dramatic choreography of a dance which uses the props of the Kadua, the sword and the Paliha, which is the shield, where the dancers present a fictional battle that is displayed using these choreographed dance steps, which are unique to the folk dance style of the upcountry tradition. One could notice how the facial expressions of these dancers show an abundance of bravery and courage to ignite the true momentum of this play. The next elephant with a pearl umbrella on its mount is Sanju. Sanju belongs to Mr. Jagat Vitana.
Followed by Sanju, you are now witnessing the Kolu dance. This troupe of Kolu dance have been trained by Mr. Hemantha Sri Ratnakumara.
According to the Sila Padikkarama epic, one of the earliest known shrines, Pattini shrines in Sri Lanka, that is dedicated to goddess Pattini, is the Navagamuwa Pattini Devalaya along the banks of the Kalani River in Colombo. Was built by King Gajavahu II in the 2nd century AD. That enshrines the golden anklet of this goddess, which is currently most famous shrine dedicated to goddess Pattini. Other prominent shrines dedicated to goddess Pattini include the Rankadu Pattini Devalaya in Kaduveda, the Vilbaba Pattini Devalaya in Kurunagala, the Hanguranketha Pattini Devalaya, the Ambakke Pattini Devalaya in Matale, and the Sat Pattini Devalaya in Badul, to name a few. As stated before, Goddess Pattini is much popular among Sri Lankans due to her power in curing diseases among women and small children. This is the same reason many of the Sri Lankan low country healing rituals, including the Gam Maduwa, Devol Maduwa and Pahan Maduwa, have accepted its protagonist deity as Goddess Pattini. The popularity of these ceremonies can only be agreed by an eyewitness, where thousands of devotees spend an entire sleepless night in the ritual grounds to experience and worship this miraculous power of healing.
Next in line the procession, you are now witnessing the color dance. This troupe of color dance is being led by Mr. R.G. Lahirulakshan from Ravi Prabha Academy, Murutalawa.
The male-dominated presence of artists that we saw previously is no longer visible, as we see the entrance of female representation of the Perahera, which is indeed the speciality of Sri Maha Pattini Esala Perahera. And the next elephant with a pearl umbrella on its mount is Palmadulle Chura. Chula belongs to Venerable Bengamue Dhammadinna Thero of Palmadulla Rajamaha Viharaya.
Followed by Chula, this is the Tandupera dance, and this troupe of dancers have been led by Mr. Hemantha Ratnasri Kumara again.
The cult of Goddess Pattini narrates many amusing stories which all are part of the legend of this great goddess. One of the most interesting out of such legends is her birth story, which is popular as Sat Pattini, where it reveals 7 different ways in which she had been born, which include the stories of Goddess Pattini being born out of a mango, a dewdrop, and a cobra tree, and a dimata flower, a shawl, and fire and lightning. The cult of Sat Pattini is also challenged with a different variant which illustrates 12 births known as the Dolas Pattini Upata.
According to the Silapadikaram epic, one of the earliest known shrine in Sri Lanka that is dedicated to Goddess Pattini, the Navagamo Pattini Devalaya, along the bank of Kalani River in Colombo, was built in King Gajabahu II in the 2nd century AD, that enshrined the golden anklet of this goddess, which is currently the most famous shrine dedicated to goddess Pattini. Other prominent shrines dedicated to goddess Pattini include the Rankadu Pattini Devalaya in Kaduwela, the Vilpava Pattini Devalaya in Kurunagala, the Hangurankita Pattini Devalaya and the Ambakki Pattini Devalaya in Matale and Sat Pattini Devalaya in Dambunda, to name few.
The next elephant in line in the possession of Sri Mahapattini Devalaya is Tharindu. Tharindu belongs to the chief monk of Khataragama Kirivehera Rajamaha Viharaya.
Followed by the magnificent elephant Tharindu, you are now witnessing the female Savarang dance. This troupe of female Savarang dance is being led by Mrs. Nelka Vijayanayaka from Nelka Academy, Murutalawa. The sweet tune that is blown using the flute is very mesmerizing to hear, and the tune we hear from these flutes are in fact specific poem that exclusively written for the Savarang dance known as Savarang Kavi. These tassels are not artificially crafted. In fact, this is known to be in tail of hair of the same deer who lives in the tip of Himalayan mountain, which is used as the fanning tool of the royalty since the very ancient times. It is believed that there is no cooling breeze than the air fanned by the same tail, and this is why the fanning using these tassels are sometimes also known as Saimara Salima. The choreograph of this folk dance is styled of the upcountry tradition that is designed to symbolize fanning, that is performed using different dance steps, different stanzas, and visual beauty that is created by these tassels in motion are surely a soothing sight to eye. The dance is performed as a team, and just as other folk dance performances, this dance too shows several episodes of breaking down into subgroups during the performance.
The next elephant with a cobra canopy on its mount in this Pattini Esala Perahera is Balangoda Kumari. Kumari belongs to Mr. Vijaya Nilmini.
You are now witnessing female Rabang dance. This troupe of female Rabang dance is being led by BPCS Jairatna.
The next we have in this line of Pattini Devala procession is Manike Athena.
Followed by Manike, you are now witnessing female Pantero dance. The panteru is a musical instrument that is used as rhythm tool across all three traditions of upcountry, low country and Sabaragamuwa, but the panteru dance is exclusively belonging to the Udarata or upcountry tradition of dance. The Panteru dance is performed to the beat of Geta Bereya or Udarata Bereya, which is considered as an spinal instrument of upcountry dancing, just like how the Yak Bereya or Dawal Bereya is the key instrument of low country dancing, and how the Dawal Bereya is the key instrument of Sabaragamu style of dancing. This cylindrical drum with narrowing sides has knot in it, which is the reason why it's known as Geta Bereya based on Sinhalese translation. You are now witnessing the most awaited moment of Sri Mahapattini Devala procession.
And once again, the gold statue of Goddess Pattini on the royal elephant is being welcomed by the first troop of West dancers in Pattini Perahera. While the other three devalas in this Perahera carries out their godly ornaments, the procession of Pattini Devalaya carries out a gold statue of goddess Pattini. The royal elephant carrying out the statue is Girule Mangala, being accompanied by Sita and Dangovita Manike. And this is the final and the last troop of West dancers in the fourth Randoli procession in Kandy Esala Perahera. This final and the last troop of West dancers are being led by Mr. Chandana K. Jayaratna. And after the final troop of West dancers in Sri Mahapattini Devala procession comes the Basnayaka Nilame of Sri Mahapattini Devalaya. And today the Basnayaka Nilame of Sri Mahapattini Devalaya is being represented by the Basnayaka Nilames of rural shrines that are related to the main Pattini Devalaya. And respectively, the Basnayaka Nilame of Alavatugoda Sri Sumana Samam Devalaya, Honorable Bhashana Pradeep Bandar Kulatunga, and the Basnayaka Nilame of Matale Ambokka Sri Pattini Devalaya, Honorable Ryan Bandara Valisundara, Attorney at Law, and the Basnayaka Nilame of Vegiriya Natha Devalaya, Honorable Nilame Dimuthu Bandara Bambaradeniya. Basnaika Nilames shall walk under the shade of the pearl umbrellas and with the protection of the Mura Ayuda bearers. It is the custom of that 4 palanquins which are called Randoli in Sinhalese are being carried right at the end of the procession during the 5 nights of Randoli Peraheras. And that marks the end of the 4th Randoli Perahera of the Kandy Esala Perahera 2026. We hope that our country will be blessed with fertility and rains. For 8 consecutive nights, we witnessed the glamour of the Perahera while appreciating our proud heritage that we pledge to preserve till eternity. May our country prosper. Dalada Samidu Pihitai.